post-production and how the wedding photography is.
I'm happy to do that. Oh, sure. Okay, so let's get started. I'm going to level up workshop with Studiokrishviews. So I've done this workshop like probably I think 3 times now. I had like pretty good response, but I couldn't able to do it from last 2 years. It was being mostly asked by many people, but the primary, one of the reasons why I couldn't do is I couldn't spend a lot of time in the workshops. I couldn't spend a lot of time with people after the workshop. But so that's why I thought like probably I should sum it up maximum I can to kind of give you guys some information. So definitely this will help you guys a lot. If this is my day one, if somebody is teaching me this way, I would be so blessed, because this information that I'm going to share today is really going to change the way of how you guys think, probably take a road of an approach. Definitely it's going to help you guys a lot. I think so. Okay, so let's get started. Let me see. Let me just get this one so close. Okay, alright. So some people have already asked me why this workshop, why am I doing it for free? Like some people message me why is it scheduled every year almost? What is the purpose? What is the intent? Like so many questions per share. I've had like almost 60 registrations, so I had to split it in 2 batches. But unfortunately, so many people had some other things today, and some people couldn't make it last minute after registration. It's totally fine. But I'm going to also do a batch 2. So one of the reasons why I do this workshop every year is if you look into the photography content, there's so much of content online, but you will not get a end-to-end direction on anything. The kind of information that you really have on internet, which is so much, and even ChatGPT or anything cannot able to give you the precise information, because this is the on-site live experience you would have to face and you would have to experience to understand more about wedding or any event, be it from technical difficulties, from lights, from the colors, from anything, any of these things. It needs an immense live ground experience. So there needs to be one professional who have dealt with this situation 100 times in order to kind of get experience in that shoes. So I had pretty bad experiences, pretty great experiences in overall my journey. So there has been like crazy roads that I've took. I understood that that is not the right approach to go. So I've studied a lot of information. I've done a lot of research. I've gone through several sources. So we're just getting started. So I've gone through several sources, and sometimes for even small information, which is like probably somebody just might have. If I'm telling you one information, probably in 1 minute, I might have done a week research for it to understand that information back in it. So I've seen in different sorts of work. I'll come to my journey, how I've started, where I've done, but almost I've done all sorts of. I've done like weddings, I've done portraits, I've done landscape, I've done real estate. I've done pretty enormous amount of different scale of work. And that gives me but it's ultimately it's one single camera, right? So I got a question that when I started, like probably on my day when I was thinking that, oh, it's one single camera and one bunch of lenses, I can step into any different types of photography. But I understood what road you have to take in order to excel into one single road, and how is your vision should be like. Can you explore multiple areas into photography, or can you explore only one single area? So that also will try to sum it up. But the intent is to do this, and one of the reasons why I do this for you is I can charge you guys probably, but the reason is when I was learning, nobody really taught me, nobody really helped me. It's very hard in the creative industry to get any kind of help. Nobody helps each other, nobody likes to share their personal work, nobody likes to share their process and everything. But the more insecure somebody gets, the more harder it's for them to learn. When you share, you actually learn. Because sometimes when you actually share, you might also be teaching something that's not maybe ideal way for somebody to learn. And then somebody corrects you and you understand the approach, you understand a different road. And it's also creative people collaborating together in order to create something. It always really helps, helps in for myself and also a bunch of people in order to get excelled in any area. Okay? So always, my preference is whatever information that you have to share, I mean, irrespective of financial, but anything you can actually share in the creative industry, that really helps, because when you share one thing, somebody's also going to share another thing. So that's how I really learned a lot. A lot of information I got to know from a lot of good people in my journey because I started sharing something. So, okay. Alright, so that is the reason. And as I was saying that there's different types of photography. You start from portrait, landscape, sports, macro, wedding, black and white, fine art, street, like travel, like product, drone, event, like so many different types of photography. There's like almost 70, 80 forms of photography. But how are we doing it? We're just doing it with only one camera, but the vision is different, right? For every photography line of work, the aspect is very different. Let's say if I'm shooting this coffee cup, what is really changing? I might be changing the lens, I might be changing the lighting. The camera body might be still the same, right? But the vision is also very important. So what you are really trying to capture is very important. The essence of it is really important, and the approach towards it is very important. Let's say if I'm shooting a couple, I may not need to be as much prepared as I have to be prepared for product. Because for product, when you're shooting that role, you might need a very strong layouts, designs from different people or the brand owners in order to get the color palettes and everything. So you have to be shooting in that line of area only. Because if this coffee cup is surrounded by red color, I have to kind of run around that red color. I have to check what is going well with that red color. I should not be using any kind of a different colors because that may not be aligned with the brand colors. Some of you guys are IT, so if you guys understand IT, in UI you have different color palettes. Only you have to work around with only similar colors, So you have to work in that area of colors. So also, my understanding is in every line of work, also real estate or macro or in any area of work, there is a certain rule book that you have to follow. Sometimes people break, but also break with learning it. So that's my approach. That is what I've learned. But okay, so the next one. What is really changing in all of these images? Any guesses?
Light.
What do you guys?
Light.
Lighting and
Frames.
size. Good. Keep it coming, guys.
Skin tone. Sharpness.
Absolutely. Next.
Sharpness. Different styles of photography.
Absolutely, for sure. But mostly
Color
one
portrait,
portrait, two portrait, three portrait, four portrait. This is a creative one, and this is some abstract, probably, but you can call it as. Again, so different skin tones, different kind of textures, different lighting, different approach, and some of them are natural light, like this one. Like I would say, probably this is a natural light, this is a natural light, but this is more like a kind of, it could be a natural light, but I think it's more like a stroke. You see reflection here. You see instead of maybe there was a tube in the back, they were spinning a glow shutter. I'll come regarding the technicality of it, like how they shot this one. But this might probably be a natural light or anything. But today onwards, just try to understand one thing. When you guys look into one image, this is what it really helped my learning. Okay? Today onwards, whenever you're trying to go on approach, looking at image, try not break down the lighting. How they have created that lighting. Is it natural light? Is it sometimes is it created by any kind of a light? Try to break down the lighting. When you start breaking down the lighting, you'll understand how an image is actually shot. Then it helps you to kind of create that similar process. Let's say if I have to shoot some kind of an image like probably like this, right? What is really impacting this image? The image impact is basically the skin tone, which is completely popping out the subject. So there is a vision out there. This might probably be a shot that he was expecting, or maybe he was not expecting, the photographer, right? But the process is like, if you're learning about the shadows and the lighting area, it's very easy for you to kind of understand how you can able to shoot that kind of stuff. For me, what surprises here is if somebody is probably shot image in this kind of lighting structure, how they would have got this ear is what concerns me. Like, you know, what surprises me. So they probably might have created a light in this similar way. So I was thinking about the directional kind of thing, how they have created it. So even today, my job is to basically break down the lighting. So whenever I look into a movie, whenever I look into a magazine, whenever I look into any image, first I understand the lighting. That really helps you to understand photography more. The photography is more about understanding the light. Understanding camera is the last thing, guys. Like the settings, everything is last for me. You have to really tap into the knowledge of lighting, compositions, understanding the colors, understanding the level of exposure, like, you know, the level of brightness, the level of contrast, a bunch of other things. I'll explain you guys what they are, but the idea is to break it down. So starting from today, if you're serious about it, if you want to learn it, just start breaking down, just start understanding it. Okay? So images like these, right? Why do you think the image I've mentioned no drama here? Like, you know, what do you guys think about it? Why did I mention no drama?
There is no depth or shadows in the
Okay, good. Anything more?
no expression.
Flat look. Flat look.
Flat look. Fantastic. Good one.
Pretty much straight away looking to the camera. He's just staring.
Absolutely.
There
Good.
is
Good
no
one.
proper separation between the background and
Like the
the
space in between.
For sure. Exactly. So whatever you guys mentioned, that's 100% true. Shadows. So it's if somebody's shooting an image, like, you know, if I'm putting up all different sources of light, I'm just trying to cover somebody, there's no depth created. So there is no shadows. So when you create shadows, you create a cinematic, you create a separate this way. Now if you guys please open your phones and, like, you know, tap into selfie, you guys will see a lot of lighting on this side and less lighting here. That will automatically create a lot of depth and a lot of cinematic effect. Now if you guys turn this way and just put your selfie here, probably it might give a lot of light, but it will not give you as much of a cinematic as it was given previously. So try doing shadows even when in the form of any sorts, like portraits or weddings or anything. Shadows really matter a lot. The shadows can be created with very minimal distance. Let's say if I'm standing right here, if there is a lot of shadow which is coming right here, if I'm just turning this way, my face is completely filled. So it's very important to understand where you have to move the subject accordingly in order to get the shadow, but also not always. Try understanding where you have to do it, where not to do it. Let's say if there is a heavy light only on this side, and because there is a little bit of light on this side and there's a reflection of white wall, my face is little bit lit here, so that you can see both of my faces, but predominantly much light on this side. But if I'm turning this way, my face is completely dark. You would have to probably fill with some light in order to get the perfect light, or else the background is getting overexposed. So understanding the shadows, understanding the depth. If you have much lighting, like, you know, any external lighting, you can place your subject anywhere, irrespective background lighting, front lighting, whatever. You can always fill that light. You can always fill the subject with the lighting. But if you don't have lighting, you have to play it smartly in order to get the best natural light use possible. And unless it's not something that really, like, you know, you have to really get only one background. So try changing your subject movements, try changing your body movements, or the person or whoever is there, try changing their movements in order to kind of get into the area of light. But also try creating more shadows in order to get that cinematic and the natural depth of field. Okay? So, but images like these, right? So if you see images like this, the images look fantastic for me. Like, you know, the kind of a light that you see right around here, you see a lot of light hitting on this side. Hi. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to introduce you guys both. So, I mean, we've done a quick interaction, you know, names and everything. So if you guys want to just introduce yourself, you both, so that would be great.
Yeah, I'm Ashok. I'm from Frisco. Yeah, I mostly do the weddings and fashion.
I recently learned it last year from the New York Film Academy, and I just started it.
Oh, you've done an NYFA?
Yeah.
That's good.
Hey, this is funny. I'm just an IT professional, so I'm just passionate about photography, so just here to learn something.
Nice, yes, happy to see you guys here. Okay, so I was telling the difference between no drama and probably with drama. So the drama here is basically my intention is on the light. So what I was trying to tell is whenever you're shooting, try creating shadows, try creating the probably the shape of light in order to get that cinematic look. So here in this slide, you see a lot of images with a little more of a contrasty and a little more punch. One is contrast, which is adding that cinematic look, which was not here in that particular field here. But you see a lot of contrast, you see a lot of clarity, sharpness, like so much of depth of field here. The reason is the shadows, which is giving a lot of this look. The light is lit here, but also you see the small light here. There's different sorts of names for that, but just don't worry about that names. But if you see here, the reason is the kind of a contrast that it has, also the shape of the light that is being created right here. You see that shadows which is created here, that creates a suppression. But whereas here, the light is completely around the face and it creates a very flat lighting. Okay? So that's something.
Is the difference post-production?
Yeah, absolutely, right? So you can also make this image a little more contrast and make it fantastic. But what's really missing is basically, at least this image is okay because this is more like they call it as a Netflix lighting, because complete, if you see Emily in Paris, if you see some beautiful web series, you see completely everything is lit up. There is no shadows sometimes, but it's still beautiful. The reason is what they will do is they will create contrast with clothing. They'll create contrast with clothing. They'll create contrast with skies. So unless you have a very good separation of background, if I'm standing here, if I'm wearing a black shirt, irrespective of my skin tone, I'm gonna pop out really good. But if I'm wearing something like this similar color, I'll be blended into it. So there is no depth which will be created. So sometimes the depth might also be created with the distance, also the angle, the costumes and everything. But what I'm really talking in respect to is the source of lighting. The angle of lighting where we can able to get the right subject contrast and everything. So when we are actually shooting weddings and everything, what we really look for is shadows. To get that, especially in areas like receptions, sangeets and everything. Sometimes during the main wedding ceremony, we might not look for shadows because people might like it or not, but ultimately they want to get the complete full appeal of the jewelry, the complete appeal of the look. So I would say segregate your preferences. If you like more flat lighting and if you're able to create the contrast look with the backgrounds and everything, try doing flat lighting. It will also create a lot of different background separations and everything. Or if you want to create a cinematic look, you can probably use similar backgrounds, same colors, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of adjusting the light, which I'll demonstrate how you can segregate, how you can shape the light. I've got some light sticks, so I'll show you guys on how I generally do it. So, yeah, again, so the reason is the shape of light or how we define. So, now again, breaking down the lighting here, you see here what I understood. You can easily understand the light position, how a light is framed in the eyes. You always have to probably look in the eyes. You see, there's two different lights probably hitting from top of it. You see majority of light is probably hitting this side of the face and you cannot able to create a lot of light here, right? Which is creating a kind of a separation from neck to almost face. So some people might probably use a bounce card or probably some kind of reflector in order to also fill this area, but this was intentional. They wanted to kind of get that natural look in order to get that neck separation. So again, there was different lighting structures people generally use. Even if you see here, there's predominantly so much of it. It could be a natural light, it could be another strobe light, probably which was facing a little bit towards here. Let's say the subject is standing here. Somebody would have to face the light probably from here. It was hitting right around the ear. So our skin is mostly very reflective, 90% of skin. So sometimes if you add a matte makeup or anything, you will probably not know what the area of light would be really different. But in that point of time, eyes will never fail to let you guys know the direction of the light. So if you're not able to understand from the skin where the light is hitting, always look into the eyes, you'll get to know where the light is popping up. Okay? So, any questions, guys, still here? As I said, what really changes in different forms of photography? What is really changing? Like, in this slide, if I go back to here, this slide, I was explaining about the different forms of photography. What is really changing is the angle, the degree of it. So, how much is the wide or how much is the closest that you will be really shooting in? Let's say if you're shooting probably, I don't know, there's wildlife photography here, but whatever. Let's say if there's a pet photography, if there's a wildlife photography, if you're shooting a lion or something in different, they use a lot of very long lenses, right? You would use a lot of long zoom lenses. So the degree of angle that you would use is probably very limited to the frame. So you would not probably see a whole wide image of a particular place. But if you're shooting probably like a landscape, you would see so much of wide, unless you want to really focus on one single subject or something. So everything in this related, the degree of angle is something that you would really have to probably work on, but it might not be always the case. Probably you might shoot a very extreme wide angle lens which can be used for nature, also to person. It depends totally on the composition, depends totally on your understanding of how we can able to use a lens. Lot of times when people talk about, okay, what is your favorite lens, people will say 50 mm or probably 85 mm, some different. But again, I'll tell you guys on how you can understand what type of lens is working for you guys, working for the style that you guys are shooting. So I'll also tell in case if you guys are not aware of what the lens is, what different sorts of lenses are. Okay, so coming back to the angle. So one single camera, again, shooting in one different angles. Like if you're using a fisheye lens, probably a fisheye is made basically more like you're focusing on 180 degrees, so complete wide open. But also what happens is the center one, which really pops up. So it's like the lens will look like this kind of a shape. What happens, the image also will look like a circular. Okay, so you might probably see some aerial shots or something. The image will pop out a little. It will not be flat. It can pop out a little, form like a curve kind of a shape. Okay, so again, if you use read from anywhere from 12 mm, 10 mm to 24 mm, so 24 to 35 is wide angle, and 50 to 75 is probably medium. But anything above 70 to 135, I think right here, 135 close to here, this is telephoto, and anything on top of it is super telephoto according to me. So the difference why you have to choose the right lens is this way. So now the problem that you are basically seeing is when you start to use a very wide angle lenses like 14, 24, 35, probably 10 mm or anything. The moment you start shooting these lenses portraits, what happens is the center one pops really out, the nose really pops out. You see the face is very squeezed. You see right here, the nose looks very thin. I'm going to show you the next image also in order to make you understand a little more closer. You see 24 mm, the face really pops out. The image really pops out. So 7 mm, the image looks very good, okay, for this type of person. And here, probably I was thinking they might have shot at 16 mm or 24 mm. Okay, so the distance, what happens is, so I'll come back to the distance again. The type of lenses that you guys use will really change the person face. So, can you be that one person where you have one lens, like wide angle, let me do portraits? It might not work for everybody. Okay, If you have one super telephoto lens, probably like 85 mm, can I still able to do portraits? You can, but it might not work that person who you guys are shooting. So it's very important to always be in the area of wide angle, normal and telephoto. So at least 3 lenses, or at least 2, wide angle and normal. So what happens is when you be in that area of lens area, it helps to get that right facial structure. Okay, so if face is already bloated so much, when you use telephoto lenses, the face will look more bloated. So that is the reason why I prefer always to go mid if you are a beginner. If you are a little pro level or intermediate, you can always go for normal wide angle lenses, because you will know which angle you might be shooting in order to get the best facial structure. But if you want to make somebody a little more linear and a little thinner, my preference will always go with a little wide angle, like 24mm, 35 or anything. But even in iPhone, when you actually be shooting, you would have this nice way of checking out the lens meter, like the MMs and everything. So feel free to check it out. But this gives you a little clear understanding. I'll also share the next frame. I think this will give you a much more clear understanding of what I'm telling about.
So do we need to consider distortion, lens distortion or anything
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that
absolutely.
when we shoot wide angle?
Let's see. I'm just trying to frame this. So the change, what happens is when you use a wide angle lens, like something like this, 16, 24, 28. You see how the facial structure is really changing? And this is a problem too. I would like to also address the time where what happens in a real-time scenario. Let's say if you're shooting an event, you start with basically 35 mm, you start with basically 24 mm, then you go with 50 mm, then you go with 85 mm, 135 mm, whatever, different type of lenses. And then you give it back to the client. Now client will come back and say to you that, why is my face not looking same over all cases? So that might be a real problem. So kind of a play it safe on depending on the frame, depending on the composition, depending on the distance. Again, depending on the distance, the facial structure is also going to change. If you're shooting again the 6 mm a little back, it's not going to give the same. This is exactly the distance where it's a minimal focal space. When you're actually shooting, that's when you're going to see this kind of a distortion effect. So again, in Lightroom, you have ways to actually correct it, you have ways to do it, but don't think at the level of something is going to fix in post-processing. In my journey of last 12, 13 years, I would never ever think that I would fix something in post-processing. I would put all my efforts, I would put all my even if it takes time, let me change the lens and let me do the right shot. Don't think something is going to change in post-processing, something is going to modify, because that will eventually change the way you guys shoot. So it's very important to know that when you're shooting it, opting the right lens really changes the game. So what type of lenses you should be using and what it is, and I'll come back to it. I'll tell you guys what lens might be great for you guys in the discussion that we'll be having. But this is a very good example. There might be another one. Even in this one here. thing, different lenses for portraits. So yeah, that's the primary thing that I want to tell you. Hopping the right lens for the right subject is very, very, very crucial, very important. Again, so this particular slide is I was talking to kid another day, like when I was traveling, I was telling. You have so many different sorts of. This is very important, guys. We have different sorts of photography, right? It's very important for us to understand what suits you guys better. Okay. The reason is you can learn. The problem is how you can probably think is that as an alternate profession when you're choosing it is very important. So if you're somebody, I'm not saying this applies for everything, but I've observed in my last many years of experience, your personality really defines what kind of a photographer you can be. Let's say if you are very calm, if you can't be socialized, if you can't have a conversation with a larger group of people, you can't deal with a larger group of people, maybe you hate to do it. Wedding photography is some area that you might probably, I will not say that it's not good for you, but it's an area where you might be working as somebody, putting others as a foreground. Let's say if you see me in wedding, I'm handling a number of things. I'm talking to people, I'm dealing with people, I'm dealing with situations, I'm dealing with different things. My voice is very important. My voice is very, very, very important. Doesn't matter how much I shoot, doesn't matter how much I really take an approach, my voice really changes the overall game and the structure on the day of filming. So the reason why I'm saying voice is important is you have to control the room in order to kind of get the best work possible, because sometimes what happens is if you leave things as in the way it is, like a documentary kind of way, it will take forever in terms of timing, in terms of the approach and everything. So it's very important to have that kind of a voice and approach to kind of get it the right way. If you cannot be vocal pleasant way, irrespective of the stress, irrespective of the events, irrespective of situations, and address them. But let's say if I'm somebody who likes very calm approach, I like to do events probably or do a shoot when I am in a good mood, when I am in a situation, I would probably schedule more like a portrait sessions, like with the couple, with the babies, with something like this kind of area which allows me the flexibility to do it in my space, my lighting, my controlled environment. I would probably not have to challenge different areas, different lighting, different situations, different people. I would be probably at my space. I would be probably having an A to Z approach on how the lighting, how the structures and everything, and I would do probably a small upgrades around the space that I would be doing. That's something where you can tap into the newborn maternity product or whatever these areas in a controlled atmosphere. This might be extremely good, because you're shooting in the space that you wanted, you're shooting in the space that you guys are really interested in, and you're shooting in on your rules. But there are other areas where, like real estate, some other areas you have to go out, you have to take a step outside. But again, so it totally depends on a personality that you are, whether you're a team player, whether you're a solo player, really changes. If you're a team player, then I think you can work in a larger team groups, like live events, events where you communicate with others, where you work in sports, where you have to communicate, keep on communicating, because communication is the key in a group photography or in a bigger events. So that's what I think. Again, I could be wrong. Sometimes there could be a very good silent player, but who can come to weddings, stand somewhere, as a second person in the team, who can shoot extremely great candidates. So there is no rule book. I'm not telling you guys to think that area, but even if you guys not very vocal about it, in the events, in public, if you're shooting photography, you have to be really vocal about it, at least for that frame. There are times that if I shoot a wedding, I will be talking for sometimes probably 6-7 hours, not continuously, but keeping my voice. But after 7 hours, I'll be so drained, I will not talk to anybody. I'll be completely, my day will be, after I come home, my voice is completely shut off. Because I need that rest in my voice. So again, like, you know, that's my whole intention. I could be wrong, but yeah. So, and the slide here, the art needs vision. So this is a painting. Probably, I think whoever the artist is doing it, they had a vision while doing it. They knew what kind of end portrait that they would have probably already seen this portrait 60%, and then they would have started, like, you know, drawing it. Probably if it's an inspiration or maybe it's an own creation. But this one is created digitally, but again, it comes with a little bit of inspiration because they knew what kind of a lighting, what kind of a way, what sorts of lighting is really changing the overall game. Whether if they put a lighting on top of it, it's creating a shadow. If they put some kind of another flash here, it's creating all this feel. You see all different type of it. It uses at least like 3-4 different type of. And you see this cut light here, it has a magenta or some kind of a different color. So it needs a vision. So without a vision, you probably do it, but again, you will be burning the client, you will be burning your energy, you will be losing the interest. So even if it is taking time in any approach, in any kind of way, even if you're shooting one image, it's okay. Take your time. A lot of times I have seen photographers who kind of rush through the process. Please don't rush. It's okay to shoot 5-10 images. It's okay to shoot like very limited images, but take your time. Don't rush the process. Sometimes in event you don't have that space because the event is like going very quick and you will not have that color. I'm not talking related to the event atmosphere. I'm talking when you're shooting a portrait session. I'm talking when you're shooting a couple portrait. It's okay. If you're doing a 1 hour shoot, just expand it for 15-20 minutes. It's okay. You don't have to really shoot continuously for 1 hour. Think about it. Understand the place. Understand the area. First, understand what you want to create. What is your vision? What you want to create here? What are you taking home during that shoot? Directly, if you start opening camera and you start shooting it without a vision, I think your work will be created, but it will be same as, like, you know, others, and also probably same as your previous work. Wherever you go to a place, understand where the place is, how the lighting is hitting, where the backgrounds are. Explore the place, explore the area, explore the atmosphere, understand the couple, understand the person, understand the baby, understand any person who you're shooting, maybe a product or landscape or anything. Take your time and then do it. Okay? So that's my approach. Even sometimes, even if I'm telling you guys this situation, but sometimes I rush the process. I'm like immediately opening the camera and I will suddenly do it. And I'll do that. Every photographer does it. But take a back seat, take a step back, think about it, then start shooting. It's really going to change. Because when you start thinking about it, you might be thinking, oh, because I want to capture this kind of a real different shot here, I would have to use a different lens here. Maybe I have to use a 24mm, 35mm, 85mm, you would have that space to do it. If you're rushing through the process, you'll be shooting only with one lens. A lot of times, I know photographers who shoot only with one lens throughout the event or throughout one thing. It is okay. It is not. I'm not saying it's a problem, but what happens is you would definitely see the same similar look throughout the event. Even if you use two bodies, you predominantly use only one body during the shoot. Majority. Maybe it's my personality. Even if I'm putting two cameras, I'm using mostly one camera like 75%, and another camera like 25% or 30%. So take a breath, understand, then take a road. So the evolution is crazy. We've come from different size of cameras where multiple people are dealing it to one single camera where this FX3 is really it kind of they created a whole image. Sorry, they created a whole movie, like the movie called Creator. They have done it, I think last year or maybe 2 years back or 3 years back, I remember. So we need cameras. But again, what really changes the game is not about the cameras. Even in here, even with this, even you see vintage portraits, even if you see Mona Lisa or like any other thing, right? Any other painting or anything, what really changes is the light. It's not the canvas space. So canvas is the last thing. Light, patterns, compositions, a rule of thirds or different areas that I will be talking about, but those things really matter a lot, make a real segregation in the creating an image. Be it a movie, be it an image or anything, be it a fine art or anything. So DSLR, people used to call, like, at one point of time, oh, you have a DSLR, you do have a DSLR. DSLR is basically, like, nothing complex, just like there used to be a mirror which was reflecting. This is a camera, this is the camera body, and this is the lens. And whenever the light really passes through, what happens is there used to be a mirror, and whenever you click whenever you click the shutter, what happens is the lid used to close here, and whatever the information that came to your sensor is basically captured, and it used to create an image. That used to be the DSLR, which used to have a mirror, but now it's very image sensor oriented. So what happens is you start clicking, every tap you are collecting a lot of information, it's creating an image. So you can create it digitally. Now what happens? So now you have cameras where it captures, like at least now in my cameras it captures like 120 frames, so 120 photos for 1 single second. So if I'm moving like my hand from here to here, if it's doing it in 1 second, I'm capturing like 120 frames. So every single frame, so it's basically when you watch 120, people call it 120 frames slow motion, 60 frames and everything, right? 120 frames is basically going like this way. So this is the original one, which you see it in your phone when you capture also. So or probably it might be extremely very smooth. 60 frames is a little more this way cinematic. 24 frames is just like my normal hand doing. So when you say frames per second is how many frames you're capturing in 1 single second. So the frame is nothing but image. So bunch of images captured together is nothing but a video. No complication. Okay. So video is nothing different than photography. Some basic rules, but again, it's ultimately bunch of photos capturing together is what basically makes a video. So different cameras, like you in cinematography you have like a wide variety of cinema cameras, phone cameras, digital cameras, like GoPro, Insta360, like ultimately so many bunch of cameras. But I'm not going to explore much on the cameras, but there is so much vintage cameras here. Like there is different types of cameras which gives a different look. There is ultimately what matters is the sensor size. The full frame, which captures like higher resolution images, takes a little more, and this is a little smaller size. So what you have to look is whenever you're doing it, whether if you're purchasing a camera, if you're suggesting somebody to take a camera, the idea is to understand what is the sensor size. What is it, a full frame? Is it an APS-C? APS-C is basically, if you see this completely censored, it's only just a half, only crop sensor they call it as. So there are different types of sensors. So each sensor captures the different resolution of images. The bigger the sensor size, sometimes you might have a better image, sometimes you might not, but it's a very different technicality on the end of the game. You probably have cameras anywhere ranging from like 3,000 to probably 300,000 also. But again, it comes with a lot of features, with so much of drama with it. But I'm talking in range related to 2,500 to 5,000. That's the ideal price that I would spend to anybody. So that's a full frame camera, which should have pretty much all the capabilities in order to do any weddings or anything, any commercial related. So this is the camera, probably, and this is the camera, and this is the lens. So different types of lenses: 35, 24, 16, 35, 10 mm, 85, 135, 200. All the different types of lenses. But again, each lens has a different structure. I'll show you guys my gear, like what I have, what I carry and everything. But yeah. So okay. Alright, so the basics. We actually always try to understand, okay, whenever you initially try to understand photography, you look into these three things: ISO, shutter speed, aperture. So if you think you know all of these three things, people think that they are photographers. Fantastic, wonderful, and they are. But again, there is so much beyond this. This is just basically a starting page of the magazine. You would have like probably 80 or 90 pages in order to learn the complete end, and which sometimes it could be limited also. So basically, aperture is what's doing is the depth of field. A lot of people know, I'm sure, in this room. So the lower the number is, the more the depth of field is. So if the number is probably 1 or 2, so the apertures are measured in f stops. So the lower the number of stops are, the more the depth of field is. If I'm shooting in numbers like 1.4, 1.2, 1.8, I would be having a much more blur background. So people at one point of phase, like 10 years back, people used to go crazy for the blur background photos. Even now, a lot of times, but how they would do it is, they would shoot always with lower number. The advantage with the lower number is, basically, you are allowing more light to come in, right? So what is happening is, if my filter, there's a thread on the filter, basically there's a thread on lens, you can change the aperture. The more the lower this ring is, the less number of light is coming into the filter. So what is happening? I would probably have to increase the brightness manually in the camera in order to kind of expose the photo, right? That if, let's say, the window, consider this room guys, okay? This is probably, if you completely open this up, full end, completely open this up, there's so much of light coming in, right? And you probably no need any external light, right? You would probably no need any other light here. That other light is nothing but ISO. If you are limiting this room light here, you probably need a lot of light here, okay? That light is nothing but ISO light. So the intention is, the lesser the opening is, the more light is coming in, and then you will probably require very less lighting here. Understand? Sometimes maybe not also, because of the poor indoor lighting and everything, but you understand what I was trying to say, right? So ISO is basically nothing but a brightness that you apply on a photo in the camera. But the problem comes is, you can think that, okay, let me do f11 and then I'll do like 6400. But the problem here is, you can do it, but also it comes with a lot of noise. So there is a certain capability of a certain, like, every camera or every lens or any kind of, I think it's more with camera, but every camera comes with certain limit. So sometimes my camera is only going pretty great to 3200. Even if I do 6400, I can do low noise. Like, I can reduction noise. But if you go more than that, it's a problem, because you will get a lot of grainy, a lot of this low quality images. If you shoot it probably in a low atmosphere, low light situation, so you'll probably face that. So that's why when you're shooting low light, probably either you can go f1.4 and try limiting this particular area. But sometimes the lighting will be very, very poor in order to get that situation, because if you're doing a good photo, you would probably, okay, so here is the thing, I forgot to tell you this. In aperture, what happens is, if I'm standing right here, if I'm using 1.4, everything in my background is blurred. But how about if I'm shooting a group photo, where the people at that point, you probably have to increase the exposure, increase the aperture.
Breaker will normally go far the focal distance. At one point, first it works with a.
The distance, I'll come to it. But again, think about you. I appreciate you saying that, but also think about
like this regular technique what we use. I still want light, but I still want the group. Okay, let me go far and away because focal distance is common.
But what if you don't have distance?
Yeah.
What if you don't have the supporting lens? In ideal case, I'm telling you about, again, the breaker rules is fantastic. I love the word, but understanding that the rule is very important, right? So you'll probably also sometimes. So this, I'll come back to.
Especially if you the concerts, right? Where the subject is somewhere, people still shoot 1.8.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. That's how I shoot. That's how I do it. I shoot a lot of natural light. I go with distance, but I'll talk about what is the distance, how the distance will impact the aperture. So here, and the shutter is basically how fast you can really close an image, how fast you can really capture an image. The shutter is basically this way, right? So the faster you close it, the less light is coming in, right? If you're shooting in 1 by almost 1000, you would have very less number of lighting coming. Sorry, less lighting coming in. You have to probably boost a lot on the ISO, or you have to boost a lot on this one. So these three work hand in hand. I'll also show you a little live, but also talking. So also the shutter right here, you can, the lesser you actually put it, you see all the light streak images where like the images like, okay, the images like these, right? You'll see a lot of the light is capturing. Basically also you're making a subject keep consistent, or if you remove the subject here, you'll probably capture this in a 1 by 15 or 1 by 20, because the shutter is open for that frame of point. Maybe it could have been captured in 1 by 4, 1 by 2. The lesser the number is, the more shutter is open, there's so much of light coming in. The image is basically taking a lot of detail, and that's how you form the images like this. But also there is a sports photography. In that sense, you would be having a high shutter, like 1 by 6500, 1 by 8000. You have to really, the image is like going like, you'll be getting the fast kind of streak of images. So these three is like basics, guys. So there is no definite rule for it. If I'm shooting a portrait, usually people say that, oh, you have to shoot by 200, 1 by 200, 1 by 160, 1 by 250, 1 by 300, 1 by 320, like, you know, depending on it, people change it, but you always break the rule depending the right way possible. Let's say if I'm shooting with 1.4, I want a very depth of field, like black, heavy black background, and the lighting is very minimal. I'll probably go with around like 400 or 640 or whatsoever. And in that case, even if the lighting is not heavy, my shutter is basically the default shutter. Probably for portraits, people say it's 1 by 200. But if the subject is not moving, if the subject is staying still, you probably go in 1 by 125, because sometimes the cameras have in-body stabilization. So you'll still get a right image, because if you're not moving your hand, if the subject is not moving, you can even have short portraits, trust me, even in 1 by 30. Because I know what is my camera stability, even in 1 by 15 I've captured. Now people sometimes, if they don't understand what they're doing is, they would think that I'm stupid. But again, I understand my camera pretty great. I know how much movement if I make my hand, what would be the size, what would be the angle that it would take it. So one day I was shooting a wedding like last year, or maybe I think 1 or 2 years back. Some person came to me who learned this basics, right? Who knows this basic, fantastic. Like they would probably see an Insta reel or anything. They came to me. Oh, I've seen you shooting like 1 by 30. Do you know what you're doing? So I didn't want to explain him. I told him that I'm pretty much aware of what I'm doing. No, you're shooting at 1 by 30. You have to shoot at 1 by 320. So what can I tell you? What can I tell you? Because my point was, at that point of time, the light is very low. I was in a situation where I didn't have an external light, where it was not carried. I need that shot. I need that one shot in order to get it. And I was totally okay with that slight movement also. But even if I capture 5-6 images, I know that I would get the perfect shot. 1 by 30 is a riskier game, because when I know the camera pretty good, I know I was wearing a strap and the pressure was on, so I was keeping hand off it. But he gave me a big lecture saying that, oh, you have to shoot this way. I didn't argue. I said, yeah, okay, sir, that's it. Because you cannot try to explain people in that situation that what you're doing. All it matters is whether you know it or not, whether you understand your camera better or not. What is your camera flexibility? Where can it take you? How much is that flexes you have to take? You have to measure that road and you have to go. Sometimes even in 1 by 200s, I've seen pictures not great. Even in low light situations, I've seen it like, shaky a little bit. But understand your camera and depending on the dial accordingly. But even let's say if you're shooting dance for Sangeets, right? You probably use very close to 1 by 1000, 1 by 640 in order to get that perfect dance move. But the higher the shutter you actually use, you would need so much of lighting. Right? If you use 1.4, even if you use 30 to 100, even if I'm going 1/640, if the lighting is not enough, what you would basically do, you would probably add some external lights. In that case, you add some external lights and you blow. Sometimes you add flash, you kind of bounce the flash, get that right frame. So again, as I said, like, it all depends on how you want to shoot, what is your style of edit, how much noise can you take in an image. So yeah, any questions here? Okay, so very good question that bro was asking me, like, the distance. So there is a distance to every particular. I probably had it somewhere over here.
I see already one slide over.
No.
I see there is a distance slide over.
Right?
Lens has a focal distance.
No, actually I created it somewhere though. Yeah, what's it? Okay. I wanted to actually show that in a little live demonstration, the distance. So every lens got its particular distance to it. Like, if you're using 24 mm, you would get the perfect use of the 24 mm only if you're probably 3 to 4 feet or 4 to 6 feet away. 4 feet most maximum. So if I'm using 24 mm, if I'm shooting right from here, the person is right over there, only then, like, probably if the camera is right at the door, they're using 24 mm, they'll get the complete full and the depth of field only with that. If I go a little back, the lens power will not be the same. Even if I'm shooting with 1.4, if I'm coming more back here, it will probably look somewhere like f4 or f2 rotate, because the lens will not support that minimal distance. So you have to always understand what is your lens, the best distance in order to get the full capability. You will still be opening the light, as said. When you're doing a group photo, they're like 20 feet away, 30 feet away, probably 15 feet away. You'll still be able to open with f1.4. You'll still be able to shoot it. Fantastic. That's working great. But also understand, if you're shooting with that wire from that distance, you'll probably have so much of other in the area. You're probably not getting only the subject. You will have to crop in that size of the image is more. So when you crop it, you'll probably lose the potential of the image. So that's one of the reasons why I was saying, when you go for a longer distance, what happens is you also get the other thing in the frame. Yeah. Unless you're going more like a zoom lenses like 2470 or these kind of lenses, you'll probably not get the full complete potential.
I don't do that, but I see a lot of people doing 135 and 185. 35 1.8, they still do the group pictures. I used to wonder, like, 1.8 you're getting a lot of.
But if I'm shooting from 35, right beyond this wall, if I'm shooting one person portrait, I would be getting so much of other things. Again, I have to crop it. Pixels is
No, the intent is definitely doing group with the 35. So you still want everyone.
But again, Jugaad,
exactly.
you can do Jugaad anyway. But again, that's a very good point that you raised. So many lenses, as I said, there's an enormous amount of lenses, like wide angle, everything. Like, I was telling this, I don't want to brag much on this. So again, so this is a very, 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 I love this image, and I searched so hard to kind of forget this image. So your influence is your perspective. I was probably 15 or maybe I think like 16 or 17, I don't remember, but somebody like probably who is very, very, very good in India. You know Joseph Alec from one of their teams, so they have told me that start consuming right content. Start consuming right people content. Your influence will really, really change the game. So why I'm saying is, the more your level of work when you actually capture it, you kind of get very overconfident that you're doing great. But when you start kind of appreciating and also understanding the extremely amazing talented people, there's so much of amazing talent outside, especially from Europe, especially from Eastern and India, extremely high talented. So when you start looking at their work, obviously your vision or your expectation to kind of create work will really, really, really good. So surround yourself with great people. Surround yourself with amazing talent. So don't always think low. Don't always think in the area that you know. Don't even also look at my content. I'll be very honest with you. Because I'll learn from a lot of people. I learn from so many different great people. And your influence should be somebody who's like the best in the market, the best in the world. When you start absorbing their content, automatically your work, you will see a gradual change. You'll see a gradual kind of way of change. At one point, I kind of almost not unfollowed, but I stopped consuming local people content because I don't do that. The reason is I don't want to be influenced, or I don't want to be kind of feel good or bad about anything. I want to be very neutral. But again, it's my perspective, it's my mindset. I appreciate if there is a good photo. I always comment to people. I always say that nice work they have done. So start appreciating people's work. Start also follow nice people. You definitely outgrow so much when you start doing that. So yeah, that's my take. That's my perspective. So again, people say that you should not use auto mode. You should use that mode. This mode it's okay, but I think start absorbing manual. Get used to manual, but it can still create great work in auto. Sometimes I've shot events in auto. I know that because I know what are the limitations. I've shot events in auto just to understand the camera, just to understand the potential of it. I explore all different options, but start absorbing manual as possible, more manual as possible. Dial in those numbers right. You start getting used to it, irrespective of camera, like be it Sony, Canon, Panasonic, Fujifilm, anything anything in the market. Ultimately, when you start dialing in manual, you would see gradual amount of change. At least don't risk it during the professional area, but also risk it during when you're alone, when you're shooting a plant, when you're shooting a product. Just go for it. You definitely see a lot of change. And I was telling you guys this thing, I went literally observe, imagine, create, and click. So imagine the picture that you'll be already shooting. Let's say if I'm capturing an image, try envisioning that image already. What you are doing, how's the outcome going to come, how is the lighting going to break down, how is the processor, how is the overall look and finishing of the work is going to come. So that will really help you guys kind of create better images, take one step every day a little more. So break the rules, I was saying, understand and break the rules. So you have to know every rule in order to break it, because ultimately you probably not see a image 100% on the camera, but when you see it on big screen, when you see it on a 27-inch or 32-inch or like the bigger screen, you would see what mistakes you have done. Learn from those mistakes. It's okay to do mistakes. I've done several mistakes, so learn from that mistakes. Ruin images, but always ruin when you can. Not at professional space, please. Because when you start doing all that random experiments and things not started to fall in, you would always know why it didn't work, and that will kind of give you a more clear way in order to explore the different areas. Okay, let's say a low shutter, people do a lot of different tricks in photography. They'll see somewhere they want to do it, they want to create it. Something doesn't work, something's happened, something doesn't, but it's okay. Keep on trying it, keep on doing it. Now it's fantastic. ChatGPT will give you everything. So, but yeah. So the difference between prime and zoom lenses. So people who are new to photography. So zoom is basically, again, the zoom is basically the variable. Variable is you will be having a limit from a certain mm to certain mm. So like 24, 70, 70, 200, 400 to 600, 200 to 400. You have all these different numbers. But at this moment, the lowest number that we could see in zoom is only f2.0. There is no lower aperture than that. All we have is currently 2.0 in the market. So let's say now 2870 or all these types of lenses that there are in the market, the lowest number is f2.0. There is no lower aperture than that. So, but 2.0 is still fantastic because it used to be 3.5 previously, and then on top of it, it came 2.8. So at one point of phase, it was 4.5. All these prime lenses, they operate in 1.4, 1.2, 1.8. So obviously, it has a very sharp look. If these looks will be replaced with the zoom lenses, it will be really hard. I don't know how they'll make it, but if they make it, they'll probably make it till 1.8. So when they start doing, if they do it 1.8, 1.4, I think all the prime lenses will away eventually. But the reference is lower aperture. I think you will probably see a medium aperture. So I would always prefer to have a 2470 available, which is f2.8. f2.8 is, again, for people who are new here, f2.8 is little medium. You will get a little decent kind of background. You'll probably see a decent background in here. I think f1.4 gives you a very sharp background. But ultimately, what is your goal? So let's say if you're shooting somebody in front of a home, you also want a home and everything, but you also want to shoot with a minimal distance. You should have to shoot with 3.5 or 4 or 4.5. Doesn't matter even if you use a prime lens. It doesn't mean that when you use a prime lens, you always have to go with lower aperture. Okay, you can also come up with a little more higher numbers in order to get the best photo. Okay, so questions?
Yes, Krish.
Yes.
You're talking about the lens, right? So the brand is really matters there, like G Master, Tamron, Sigma.
I think it matters for till a certain point of time. It will not matter so much. See, personally, I think all these images that you guys see, right? Everything on digital, you will not see anything. Irrespective, you will use the cheap lens, it will still be okay. The reason is, the images that you see on digital is actually only very certain, particular, limited colors you would actually see it on your phone. You don't precisely see everything. Where if you print it on a very big size, life-size photos and everything, like for commercial, for product, like this high-level print kind of thing, you would probably need right lens in order to get the right shape of the subject. So, like here, if you're capturing this watch, you want the lens or the watch to perfectly, precisely certain kind of look, then you would have to use some good brands in order to get the best photos. But it's okay to use any lens like Sigma, Sony, like there's so many bunch of it. Ideally, start low. Any person that I would say, start low, start cheap, start basic. The intention is to understand the lens, understand the first photography part of it. Then I would say, you'll find a good way to take it out. So personally, me, I've invested heavily in very good Sony related. But I'm okay to use Sigma also. I'm okay to use Tamron, which I don't, but I'm fine.
Another question. So, what is the difference between f-stop and t-stop?
T is for more like cinematic look. People who are cinematographers, please explain. But T has a different reading altogether. I think T goes with 1.1, 1.3, something kind of a reading, right?
The values are different.
The values are a little different. I'm not much aware of how the T-stops really work because they're for anamorphic lenses and everything. I think we will not really use in the digital photography space where they will be used mostly in the filmmaking and that space of area. The lenses like Cyril and
Those who do like manual focusing, they use T-stops with the motors.
Right. They do it. I think they have a lens meter again. They know the distance in order to calculate the distance from subject. So, any questions, guys? Any more? I was asking you guys the shutter. Like any guesses what could be the shutter here? 1/5, 1/8, probably could be anything. Again, so the depth of field is basically a table. So the depth of field here, f2, you basically get the complete depth. You will be seeing a lot of depth of field. F22, you'll be seeing pretty much everything in the mouth. It all depends on what is your vision, how you want to capture a particular photo, but nothing to do with the clarity of the image. The clarity of the image probably sometimes changes maybe from the ISO level. But if you're getting so much of light that supports probably f22, the image clarity will still remain same. As I said, the image clarity depends on the ISO. So it depends on the ISO that you dial in. So lower the ISO, you will get a cleaner image. The higher the ISO, you will probably get a 3200 or something. But if you're shooting nightlife, sometimes you want to shoot the city. You want to get a perfect picture. You want to get a perfect picture, but you want to get like very low noise. What you do is you put it on a tripod, you leave it for certain seconds. Because when you are dealing with lower apertures, right? So lower shutters, right? You would have to always put it on a very stable space. You cannot move because the image is going to move. So it's very important that sometimes you always see whenever you're traveling, you might see this big tripods, they put it to mountains because they are consuming a lot of light to the camera, but also they're shooting in very limited ISOs. So they're shooting in 100s, 200s, up to 640 mostly. So that's one of the reasons why. So people call it photography as a three-pillar ISO, shutter speed, aperture. But I call it another fourth pillar, which is the white balance. Very, very, very important. White balance really changes the tone. Well, most of you guys here, and even me, I'm still learning about white balance. So, white balance is an enormous topic. You have to understand. White balance also deals with the color of the image, the kind of clarity, like what would be the final output of the image. The skin tones and everything really, really changes. So what is really changing here is basically what is really changing is the white balance here. So white balance is the color that's basically applied. So this is the cooler tone, that's probably the real tone. But you see the same image shot in different white balances. White balance is a number which is operated with Kelvin. So any light particularly has a certain Kelvin. So this light which is coming, this has a Kelvin. You would see yellow lights in your home, that's a Kelvin. So it all depends on what kind of lights you want to really use, what kind of skin tone, with the totality of the image. But my precision is always to get the right tones, right colors. So I probably dial in. You always also absorb the colors, sometimes with cards. They use some cards like gray cards. They would probably place it on in front of the camera, and then they would come in the post-processing with that card. So gray tones, neutral tones in order to get it. So you can, like, let's say even if you shot this image this way in your camera, if you come back to post-processing, if you select white, it's going to just fix it. But again, it's always very important to dial in those right. Sometimes now with the AI processing and everything, people started doing auto white balance. But personally, I hate auto white balance. The reason is, if I'm shooting 25, 30 images, if I'm shooting in same white balance, I can apply first edit to all the 30 images. Whenever I'm shooting auto white balance, every image goes with a different tone, different white balance tone. So it's very hard for edit processing, edit tones and everything. It gets really hard. The image consistency is not great. Even if you're shooting a baby product or anything, it's very important to use the similar white balance across. It helps also to get the right color, right pattern. So the white balance changes the look here. The 4500 is basically complete blue tones, completely cooler. The lower the number is, the more cooler the image is. So if you really like this cooler look where you want the clouds to be more blue and everything, lesser white balance. And 5750 is a medium tone that's giving the exactly right look. 7500, the more the higher it goes, it's basically the warmer. So the higher the Kelvin is, the more warmer. The lower it is, the more cooler. When I say cooler, it's blue. The warmer is basically yellow. And the medium is basically anywhere from 4,500 to 6,000. Please understand. So, what? Got it? When you're dealing with light stick, so when I ask you to adjust Kelvin, this is what I was doing. Okay? Getting that tone is very important. How it is really matters. So, where is this one? Okay, Okay, so how it really matters? You see the image. This was a raw image, which was shot in a hotel room kind of. The color looks very bad here. There it looks like it's very bad, but it is shot like 7, 8 years. I think 4. That's probably a right stable. You look at the hands. The color is a little more lighter. It's more real. On the top, it's basically the raw color. I think the TV is giving a little more pop color, but it was not as bright as you guys see out there. Composition, guys. So compositions, rule of thirds, frame, leading lines, so many different types of it. It is very fancy to learn all of this from the textbook, but on a real life, what matters is because you are influencing so much with other people's content, it would probably be great to tell that, oh, okay, this is leading lines or this is something, but ultimately it's your eye. So, but there is some funda why they do it. The reason is if you put the rule of thirds, if you put image in any one of the grid here, if you see grids, it's in your focus, in your camera, you would probably there is a grid option. You would see in any of 4 points, if you put one subject, you would probably be getting a nicer picture. But according to me, all of these compositions really work great, but also they work great in filmmaking. They work fantastic in filmmaking because when you watch a movie on a very big screen, these compositions really play a big matter because they have a calculation on human perspective where the person will really look at the image. So you often see images where people coming from if you're mostly 80% people always look into the right side. So always try to place it a little closer to the little center or probably towards the right side. Sometimes the lead characters. So because they knew that you're automatically the eye is a little more on the center towards the right, but also sometimes towards the left, sometimes towards the center. But these are filmmaking rules which a lot of people apply. But I don't really apply because I like to shoot whatever I like. But again, once after I shoot, people say that okay, it's basically this is the composition that you have used. But you can always crop into that compositions and you can always get the perfect image. Like for an example, the old image that I've shown, the image was shot like different, but again when I was cropping into this thing, and people call me it's rule of thirds. But I don't know if it's rule of thirds or even if it is not. But again, I had to literally crop into that rule of thirds combination. That will kind of give you a little more perfect image, but again, break the rules, understand, then break the rules. That's what I generally like to do. Are you controlling the light or is the light controlling you? So that's what I was saying, that you have to understand how the light is traveling, where you have to shape the light. I've shown it previously. So change the subject accordingly to the focus of lighting, change it more according to the light structure. If I'm getting more towards the lighting, even my body is here, let me start looking towards the left side so that I'm getting more focus on the movie. If I'm sitting this way, just ask somebody, just if we can please kind of twist around so that, or probably do this way. Unless it's completely there. If I'm doing this way, then I'll probably have to act. So yeah, that's what I think. Control your light, control the subject, control the composition. Flat lighting, I've told about this, but it's basically no drama, nothing. You put a light on top, you put a light closer to the subject, and there's nothing, there's no shadows, there's nothing, there's a flat lighting. So whenever somebody is assisting me with the light, I always tell them that hey, don't create that flat look. Because when you light up a subject, understand how is the light looking at, how is the subject looking to your eyes, and depending on that, just shape your light. Black rim lighting. So rim lighting is very good. You see all this nice heroic shots in movie, like crazy cinematography. You see a lot of backlighting. So heavy backlighting sometimes probably because the idea is to kind of get a separation. You see all this nice separation. The moment you start getting this nice separation, even if you fill up with some light here, it gives you much more drama. It gives you much more impact. But again, always make sure that you don't allow the backlight into your sensor. elevate, but elevate more like a very subtle way. Because the more light you elevate your back camera, you will not get the subject very clear, you will not get it. A lot of times people have problems with backlighting. The reason is there is so much of light coming into the camera directly. So if I'm using a background, it's completely coming into sensor, and sensor is basically not taking the subject, it's taking the backlight. So kind of give it a little variant, probably even from shade from here or somewhere, like I'll show some images on how I shot with backlights and everything, but again, that was just an example. So backlighting, rim lighting, split lighting, Rembrandt, loop lighting, butterfly, oh my god, so many names, I don't even remember anything. But these are just the textbook terms that people really see on Google, YouTube. But ultimately, as I said, just go with this kind of custom light structures and everything. May help during a professional space where you're dealing with like 5-10 people and you can't explain them that, oh, what is this kind of a lighting, so that's why they've named it so that everybody understands. Okay, now put a butterfly lighting and now do this light so that everybody is aware. But as an individual, don't focus on these terms because ultimately just believe in your eyes. Ultimately understand if I want my collarbones to only glow up, probably understand how the collarbone, if I don't want any lighting on my nose, where would we place the lights? You would be placing the light somewhere in the back, beyond my shoulders. So have that basic understanding of light structures and everything. Experiment with that light. I think we'll have kind of a session on how we can shape the light in order to get the best look possible. But use your intelligence, not just the terminology and everything. Okay. So off-camera flash, I'll tell you guys what is this, but as I said, if I'm turning this way, my face is completely dark, I need to put some additional light. I'd probably have to use some light sticks, external lights, but if I don't have any external lights in photography, they use flashes. So the flash, what happens is, it hits to the top of the place, it glows up the whole room, and then it creates a complete lighting on the subject. It is good to create the very sharp images, which is very good. It also helps to create space, lights where in space where you can also create a little different flash photography, like so many other types of photography. Even if you don't have a white space, even if you don't have a reflection, you can always use bounce cut, different top of lights. Ultimately, the idea is to hit the lighting, or use the lighting on a subject to get that right contrast or the right shape. But off-camera flash is basically, this is what I was explaining is on-camera flash, but off-camera flash is, what you do is you put a trigger and you control the light with a different light, and depending on, because you want to kind of use a light probably from background or somewhere, you want to get that lighting only when you click the image. So you kind of control it with the device. I'll show you guys that device, how it is used. But ultimately it's just that flow. Before we get to the next topic, I think we have like 3-4, probably we'll take a small break. So it's almost like 35 slides we have run through. But yeah, any questions or anything? We'll go on a small break. Yeah, let me know guys. Any questions? I'm happy to help you guys. The time is probably, what is it? 11:30. Oh, 10:30. So we have like probably 2 hours, 2-3 hours almost. Last 1 hour we'll go through, 1.5 hour we'll go through post-processing, a little bit of work. If you feel bored, let me know. If you feel not interactive, please let me know. Because your valuable Saturday is getting wasted, so please utilize it. Let me know, ask any questions, even if you think it's basic, stupid, anything, ask me. Even if you know all of the slides here, 35, the next information that is going to be, it's very helpful for people who are here, who wanted to learn a little more. But any questions? Anything?
How would contrast edit చేసేటప్పుడు contrast how could
Yeah, edits చేసినప్పుడు చూపిస్తాను కాంట్రాస్ట్ ఎలా యాడ్ చేయాలి, పంచ్ ఎలా యాడ్ చేయాలి ఇమేజ్కి, how the punch can be created and added. Did you understand? Because tell the slides. Did you understand what I was trying to tell?
Yes.
Anybody learned anything differently now?
Maybe creating shadows. That's something new.
Yeah, that's something very crucial.
Since you brought up OCF, right, but again you do a lot of events, and it means at the same time, in the same frame, you're doing photo and video together, right? So, will OCF really help there, or it's better to completely rely on external lighting? Because I personally have a lot of challenge I face. I started with videography. I'm so used to OCF, but at the same time, when you're doing a video together, you really can't have too much happening. You can't create a mini studio there, right? But I want to know your experience about it.
So I was
Because definitely the OCF is for the photo is going to give you best, but you can't really have to trade off sometimes.
yeah, absolutely. For sure. It all depends on the hall lighting too, because if your lights are not so intense, right? If your lights are not too bright enough, that means when you use flash, it kind of clearly pops out the room that you're treating the flash. So it should be like a full flash. It should be like the flash should not like really light up the whole room. When you do the events, it should not. It can, at least in the area where you're putting the lights, when you're operating parallel with windows. Let's say what happens is when you do that, your video is looking very dark. Let's say if your video is looking dark, and if you start triggering flash, you get the flash from your video. That's a problem. In that case, you would have to carry some extra light so that the light is even for both photo and video. But I would say go with neutral. Have some additional lighting, also have flash. The flash helps fill the area.
Bounce it.
Yeah.
I'm only talking
But
about
my preference, indoor, yeah, flash use it, but try not getting into the shoes of OCF in US for Indian. I'll tell you the reason why. OCF is off-camera flash, right? Off-camera flash needs help and support. You need external people, you need help, you need support. So it's very hard to find people always around you to help you with lights. You can create stunning images with off-camera flash, fantastic images you can create. Even if there is a heavy sun background, you can create off-camera, put additional flashes, like you can bring big strokes and everything. You light up the image is going to look very clear, very crazy. But if you start getting used to it, it's very hard to come out of it. And you're probably always requiring help. You will always see 3-4 people carrying light stands. That help and support is very hard. So that is the reason why I move to natural light photography. People, sometimes if there is a need, if there is a purpose, I will go off camera flash. I will carry strobes, I will do it. But what I've understood is the natural light, you don't need anybody. You don't need any help. Probably we always do in, let's say if you're shooting indoor, we use light sticks, we use like different type of lights in order to get that content. Majority I'm talking about outdoors. Outdoors, try adopting natural light because that is where the trend is going, that is where the future is going, and for the clarity of the image, right, nobody's really printing these days. It's all digital. So even if you print it, it's going to look great. But very important thing is how you are shooting backlight. The primary reason why people use off-camera flashes, they want to get the best contrast because there is so much of backlight, they want to fill the light. So how you are optimizing that backlight is the game. Whether are you filling up with some light, or you filling up with some, or you avoiding the backlight. As I said, like because you are avoiding the backlight here, you could get the subject. But even if you expose a little decent enough, you would get a still okayish photo. So that's my personal preference, but always learn on-camera flash. On-camera flash is perfect. If you learn one on-camera flash, I think you'll understand. But on-camera flash is not hard, but at the same time, it's important if you do it in an event space level. So, please.
So there is one situation where like the entire room has the light, and when I try to capture something, the image is completely blurred. I don't know how to handle the light at all.
The image
The light is
blur.
coming from all four sides. I don't know how to do it.
Image is blur.
Yeah, it's always like disturbed image, and when I zoom the image, it's all like.
I think it's probably put it to manual.
I don't know.
It could be focus related. So when you're dealing with it,
In fact, I have had that issue too.
yeah.
Where, somebody actually fixed my focus
Mhm.
and it kind of but yeah, that was like the initial time.
Yeah.
The panic was severe.
Could be totally with, as I said, like focusing problem, focusing issue. Yes, sure. Don't want to take any break. So this is A7 V with 2870. So this is 2870. This is a variable lens, and this lens is basically having a lowest aperture of f2. So I think this is probably like in Canon they have something at this moment, but let me show what is probably happening here. Okay, you're probably getting image like this, right? So
The image is brighter, but it's too bright and also distant.
yeah, it's too bright. It's maybe it could be overexposed. It could be ISO is high. It could be focus might not be. Let's say here, right? So here, let's say if I'm capturing this image right here. So if I'm shooting, if I'm probably doing this one, if it's okay. But sometimes the focus might be if I'm hitting somewhere like probably in the background. Sorry, maybe I'm shooting that concept. So if I'm probably focusing with somewhere like probably in the background here, you might get the subject might not be very clear. See? The distance, so the focusing might be a problem, or it could be the image is very overly exposed, like this way.
Yeah, basically it's like.
Yeah, it's like this. Probably it could be a shutter speed. You see, the shutter, or it could be something with aperture. So this could be it could be with ISO. So it could be anyways. I can't really tell you what the problem is, but ultimately the impact is it could be with this way. So the reason why I was saying the shape of light, how we control the light is, it has to be a little hard to show you. But you can come with it. Sorry, no, it can So that's very best. Can you listen? Can you guys able to see it?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. So, wait a second. Let me change some settings here. So now, look at this guys. Control, so the settings that I currently have is f1 by 200 mostly, f2.0, and ISO is probably 640. How is the image? Good.
Can you turn on the information?
I did provide most of the HDMI info on this thing.
ఇప్పుడు ఆఫ్ చేశారు ఇప్పుడు అలా ఆన్ చేయాలి
No, ఇది కదా కాకపోతే I'm not able to see it.
ఓకే
HDMI ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ Sony
Control off చేసి
control off చేయాలి. It's still sync. HDMI info. I'll try to tell you guys and then I'll show that image information. So in this kind of a way, right? What actually does this thing? So the problem is what happened literally the image that I have is 1/800. So look at this guys, what I'm doing is I'm not controlling the ISO. The brightness, I'm not controlling with ISO here. I'm controlling with shutter speed. So a lot of times you probably have to dial your aperture right. If your aperture is probably, now my aperture is 2.0, probably I'm only dealing with shutter speed here. I'm not dealing with touching ISO, I'm not dealing with anything. So there is the easiest way is you can probably control all of your light with the shutter speed. Starting ranging from 200 to, it could be from 6400, 8000 also sometimes, just to control the light. If I'm shooting outdoor, if I'm shooting in heavy sun, I even want best low light situation. I want higher depth of field, like 1.4, 1.2 depth of field. The only way that I can cut is either through aperture or I can have to control it through ISO. I don't have any other option, right? So or shutter basically. So what I'm doing is I'm working in hand, either operating anything. So I'm touching shutter speed because I want the complete depth of field. I want the image to be best. So I'm keeping my ISO at 640. I'm keeping my shutter speed probably at whatever the variable rate, so that cut downs the light. So I'm keeping probably at 6400, sometimes 8000 also. So just to cut down the light, but my aperture will be still at 1.4 or somewhere. Okay. So now my aperture is probably 2.0. So you see here when I'm doing it, you see a lot of this locus is straight. Yes. So you will probably see the light fill, right? It's a lot here on the left side and a little bit left on this side, a little bit on this side. But now in a situations where you have to keep your hand a little down, stand over, yes, relax, give it this one. Now look straight. So now it totally depends on the direction where you're actually choosing the subject. So in ideal situations, what I've seen is in a lot of cases, people don't really ask subjects to move. Try changing your subject position to get the best lighting possible. Don't always capture in a way they are static. If it's candid, it's okay. But if they're shooting professionally, but try changing a slight adjustment of leg movements can always change the lighting positions. If you're standing this way, completely done this way. So what happens is, I'm getting a lot of this backlight on the face. Yes. Okay. So now what happens is, you see there is so much of backlighting. If this is the intention of the image, it's perfectly fine. If this is your intention, it's totally fine. But now, if this is not your intention, we should check on the Okay, so all these images that you see here, now this image is basically shot at 1/800 here. Okay, 1/800, f2 is 400. But also here, if you see, in this controlling only the shutter speed. I'm not touching anything. This is 1/800, this is 1/500. So the way you also have to create a contrast is guiding the right exposure. Sometimes you can make this image a little bit this way, and this is not creating contrast because you're putting more exposure onto the image. So when you dial it in the right way, so it also creates an automatically contrast because you're creating a little bit of shadows here. So we've done some shoot other day, like, you know, but look at this guy here. Now, very different skin tones, right? Actually, this looks very bad here because the quality of the screen is not great, but these images look very good on the screen. But at least just showing you guys what. So when you dial probably to right, when you dial to right numbers and everything, the exposures and everything.
Is this photos with the flash or the natural?
No, it's natural light. I always shoot with only natural light. So this was a very intimate wedding we have done. For the problem is also, I think this was shot by Kumar. It's one camera, but I've shot with a different camera.
Did you use the same lens?
I think so, maybe. But you see here what is happening is, the idea for me to show is, I'll show you guys on the big screen. Some images looks like, you know, just a capturing, but the idea is to basically, you see the shutter speed, how I'm changing it, how things are changing. I'm only changing shutter speed here, outside. I'm not changing anything in the area of aperture or ISO. Actually, the ISO is wrong, dialed wrongly. It doesn't even require 2000. It requires only 640 or something. But we probably might have captured something, immediately have to do it, and you will not be in that space of mind to really get it. But I know the potential of the camera. I know how much length it can take you, and you can able to get it. But it was dialed 2000, and I think it was just probably a camera B, so we didn't really look into that much. But ultimately, the idea is to just change only shutter while changing it. The problem is also dealing with different exposures. So now I get to image looks very bad here these days, sorry. But the thing is, when you're dealing with two different skin tones, always dial the skin tone which exposes a little. Sorry, which underexposes. So this, if I dial to this skin guy, sorry, if I dial to here, she would have looked little dark. What I would do is I would dial to someone who is not completely, the skin tone is not really popping out, and then I would underexpose this in post processing. That's what I would like to do. I would reduce some shadows or highlights in order to get that look. Again, the style of way that they wanted to shoot is probably more little airy. So, so yeah, here there is with flash. You see, this is the flash. We use the flash without flash. I like without flash, but again, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to fill the area. I'm trying to fill the costume. I'm trying to fill the area space. So that's what I was trying to do. So this is burst shots. What I was doing is I was setting up the here. I wanted to shoot the overall people. I wanted to get that f5, f6 probably. Get that overall. The distance was not so much. It was just only till probably to mirror to here. And now I dialed. Please look at the only settings. Like, you know, don't focus much on images. Some images might be good or bad. So 2500. I've kept my shutter speed. I kept the, so in pictures, what you can do is, when you actually click right, the drive mode, which is really important. So drive mode is continuous shooting. So you click images like, and it will go very faster. If you put high place, it's going to go very fast. If you put single shooting, it is okay. But single shooting during events or any event photography, I wouldn't recommend, because you have to click every picture. But continuous pictures, if you start doing it, in images like burst shots or anything, it's going to be. Though it's going to take you a little more images, but it's okay.
But it's only for images like this, right? Not for the surroundings.
No. Yeah, for events like low, like if you put low right, and then one entrance,
Okay.
it also helps. Like,
Correct.
yeah. But again, you're not pressing it completely. Then it will become like a burst. You click it so that images process a little more faster. Okay, now, so this is the burst mode. So almost it captured like 25 to 30 minutes. I know I will probably stop it here. This is going to be my final image or something where I can see the faces very clearly. So we've done, we almost packed, but we also decided to do some shots with the clients. Again, this guy was standing on top. I know I will remove this guy after post-processing. So what we have done is, there was a light, actually, it's a very good example. So there was a light which was falling on the trees actually, which was hanging right from the stairs. What we have done is, we've asked him to adjust the lighting on the background. You see how the lighting is created this nice layers on the subject, on the hair, which creates a separation. So always use the lighting, backlighting or anything because it creates a separation. It creates that separation. So you see all this hair is very glowed up very nicely. That's because of one lighting is coming from natural light outdoor. And also here one important thing is you always experiment with like same position, same shots, experiment with different poses. Do very minimal adjustments on facial. Like you don't have to always create a new pose for new shot again. You can also do this image. The position is same, but what I've done is this image is okay for me. Some images I've shot pointedly, no smile, just to get that perfect look. But also what you have to do is you have to make this subject move accordingly in order to get different kinds of pictures. So now, the same picture, I asked them to smile. Sorry. You see here, same pose, nothing. I just asked them to look at the camera, look at each other, smile, and then I also at one point I asked them to look outside. So now, in cropping, I can create like about 15 to 16 different types of combination of images. I can either crop this image to right here, and this will be one image. I can crop one vertical image. I can just crop only till hands, and I can do some details. So you can create like different, because poses you think might be changing, but positions are not changed. Only facial sides and everything, these things are really changing, very important. Okay. So although the framing is same, you see the positioning, the pose positions are different. So that kind of gives a little different kind of a look altogether. Rather deep with the program is same.
So, like even though like if I just 5.6 now, I don't think everyone is focused the same.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Initially it should be okay, but when you're doing an actual event and we have like 30 people standing.
Exactly. So the ultimate goal is to not dial in like probably F11, F12 and get everybody focused. My ideal goal was to focus only till this plane point. That was the focus. I didn't want them to be like literally on focus, get every person, because you're not printing that image and it's totally fine.
Yeah, like in this it's okay, but when you're doing an actual event like a family picture of 30 people in the whole family and they are standing in
Oh yeah,
like 3 rows. And during that, what would be
3 rows? I think 3 rows, 4.5, 5.6 is okay.
we can get everyone on the same.
I almost got everybody in 5.6 because my length was really different. The line and length was really different. Some people here might not be as much focused as me, but it's okay. It's basically digital, so it's not really important, but a good question. If I would have probably checked, but look at this guys. I want you guys to look here. 1/60. 1/60. I've shot in 1/60, but yet I could get everybody in the frame without any movement or anything. So this is a situation where I've been shooting a low light because I know what is happening is there was a window, there was a light which is an enormous amount of lighting here, but there's no lighting here. I know I did something. I wanted to overexpose these people. What I'll do is in post-processing, I'll apply a gradient and I'll just underexpose these people and I'll be fine. Because I know the light is coming only till here, the outer window lighting. So that's what the whole point was, to get these people on the board, get the right lighting, and then underexpose them in the post-processing. If you only expose for these people will be in dark. It will be very hard to retrieve them in post-processing. So, what a good example. So also shot like probably one of my, after this I've shot something different. Let me show you guys. Get me that A1, okay, sorry. Is it right? So I'm just learning it. Then step into the next topic. We'll take a small break. Before that, I'll show you this. Now, a little bit. So, this is my usual kind of a shoot style that I generally follow for events. So, starting decor, get that details, micro details, and everything needed. This seems very, very overexposed here, but again, you understand the flow. So, I've done a couple shoot. So here, f2.0. The layers is 1.1 by 250, 2.0, 1 by 160 seconds. So even shooting 1.2.0, it seems little go in the blood. We're not getting right way, but it's okay. But here I shot in 3.2. I'm getting both in the frame. So the same thing, look at this way, positioning the posing side. So I asked them, I'll tell you my approach towards the posing, how I direct, how I compose lines. But what I've done is, I don't make them move so much. I don't make them move like so crazy left and right positions. I make them stand sit at one place. I do minute adjustment because that way I can get different shots, and that probably I would get something best out of it. So here, this is one kind of a shot, what I've done. And now, probably I've look into the frame. First I've shot a wider. I've asked them to look outside. The same frame, I have got the shot little perfect, that's okay. But now what I've done is, I've changed the MM, I've asked him to look the other side. Okay, now I asked him to look at him. Now, I was waiting for some joke to be cracked and something to be hit. Now I asked them to look at my camera here. And I was doing this, I was adding, because I felt like adding a little more depth would be a little nice, something in the foreground would be a little nicer. So I did that. And I still had to do this because I know in black and white what happened is in this image, the girl was in shine, the light was correctly hitting on the face, and this guy light was not hitting on his face. But I knew in black and white what I would do usually for the case. All the good photos, if we look at here, they're all shot in f4.0 sometimes. But also I shoot them in f1.8, 1.2 also if they're all standing on the same plane. But usually my preference is always shoot in f2.2. So you see the difference in getting this 28 to 70. I'm getting a wide frame here. I'm getting a full picture, and then I'm immediately going into little close-up shot. So this is a wide and this is a close-up. So I'm getting like two different shots with 2870, so that's why I like to use 2870 predominantly. So also you see here, I'm not making people move to different places. I'm making them stand in one place, but also getting like so many different shots with the same way. Just directing, just looking at center. Because when I crop to this particular image, right, if people don't even know what is the background, even if I put I can make couples stand in the same place, capture 10 different poses, and they all can look very different. It's just a matter of how you change the subject, how you direct the couple. So this I've learned from different people in the industry, that please don't make your couple run like for so longer, like walk them like so longer, like travel. Stick to one place. Shoot a lot of different content there. If you think you're satisfied with that place, then go to another place. Because moving them from one place to another place frequently, what happens is it disturbs the complete flow. The time of shooting will reduce, and the space and the amount of journey will go more. But yeah, I think I try to kind of show you guys something in the post-processing and I explain you guys on the direction and everything. But yeah, let's take a small break, yes. Let's just walk around a little bit. what's up? How's it going?
All good, all good. How are you?
Same here.
Yeah.
Finally.
Finally, you're back in town. You've been like,
Back here and there.
how are you doing?
Yeah. Okay, sir. I wish I could. But yeah, Naku, when I thought to do it, so when I thought to actually do a workshop, right, I was looking into some places, but I wanted some creative space at least to have that little lighting and the TV and something should be a little different. Yeah. I didn't want to have in space where little so I thought I should try to do it.
So informative.
Yeah, but the next will be the next part will be so good. It will be advanced ones.
I have a question.
Please.
Somebody who has a DSLR, a very basic DSLR with a 50 lens, would a mirrorless 24-70 be the next step or like?
I would say investing body. Investing camera because mirror. I would say it's okay to have a DSLR, but thing is, it unlocks the potential of the camera, full camera. Because now whatever step, even that 50 mm probably will help you with the mirrorless. I would say don't invest directly. Start renting it out first. There are ways to rent it out in Edison and some other places. Just rent it out once or twice. Take cameras from people. Ask me if you want the camera from me. Just ask it out, so I can give you a camera. So experiment with that. Only if you think you're comfortable. I'll also talk about how you could probably read how we can get started. Tomorrow is my day one. I have a slide for that, so I'll tell you where you should take the process. Files are okay, but concern is the colors are not matching with my Sony SLS thing. So that's the problem. It's not very technical. I think that will probably take you to the my suggestion is to get into mirrorless. Everybody outside get into mirrorless. unlocks a lot of potential, has so many options. The better camera that you guys have, the better interest you guys will get. But again, like, don't invest and then probably వాడకుండా అలా పెట్టండి. Guys, everybody back please. Kumar. Battery then is only just facing for the chapter. Okay. Alright.
Huh?
Anybody need water? You all good? Okay, waiting for two more people, I believe. Please.
This general and the 2070 and 5150. So on the weight and all, what do you think when you use them for events?
See, firstly, they are very expensive.
Yeah.
Firstly, they are very expensive. My suggestion is, unless you really need like a one camera that handles everything, I would say not invest in it. 5150, I think it's not needed unless you shoot in a really 500, 600 group people, like, a lot of the weddings in a group, and like with a longer range events. In that scope of area, you might probably need a 150 to 150.
Okay.
It is good, but ultimately it's very expensive. You can take it out with 85mm and you can put like 2870 is good investment, I would say. But if you also have, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're just only a portrait person who wants to shoot like 50mm portraits, who doesn't like a lot of 28mm shots, then probably use 50mm and 2470. So we'll talk about.
How has your experience been? The weight koncham ekkuve kada.
5150 is heavy. 2870 is okay. It's okay weight, but again, like one lens handling everything multiple is good.
Because last week we were just debating 2470, 7200 these two, or this one. So we got 2870 and 5150.
Yeah, see, I mean, it's okay, but
I feel like we thought, since we are anyway investing, why not go for a better one?
Yeah,
But we
both
don't know what
together.
better means, so we did a lot of research and surveying with these two.
good, it will serve it.
Because ఒకసారి రెంట్ తీసుకుని ట్రై చేసాము చాలా
The precision, the G Master lenses, it's very good, but again, the cost factor is the only concerning thing. Yeah.
One question.
Please.
Do you shoot mostly on prices or
No, I like variable zooms. I used to be this guy like who used to like a lot of this wide shots, like 16mm, 24mm. So I used to shoot the extra wide shots. Like I used to be in love with it. Like for example, so my inspiration, I'll tell you this.
so my question is like when you're using 24mm wide 24 mm or you?
It depends. I like to use prime 24 mm, but again as a distance, right? If I'm shooting like a very close distance in a low light situations like sunny, then I want to use 24 mm because the low light I'm getting the wider frames. But if I'm shooting in a wide, like full light atmosphere, then I like to shoot in 28-70 or like 16-35 because that is not very marginal difference. It all depends on the line and length of the column. If I'm shooting at 24 mm, longer distance, that doesn't matter what lens I'm using unless if I have a perfect light. So I used to like a lot of this there work. So you see with extremely wide angle shots, you can possibly complete frame. They put the couple in somewhere in a smaller situation or they enlarge some situation. So since something like this, I'm really fond of their work. So this has been my inspiration for a very long time. You see, everything is on the frame. Everything is in the frame, and then there is something happening, something special happening. Even in here, you see a lot of this, but you see the couple. So you see some drama is happening always in the image. This used to be my always inspiration, and then I used to go for this extreme wide angle shots. But what happened is after that I went something into 50 mm shots. But now again I'm back into this was 16 mm shots. This was all 16 mm, 10 mm shots. But now I'm back to like 24 mm. So I like 24, 35 so much. I'm not a great fan of 50 mm anymore or 85 because I'm bored of shooting subject type portraits. Now I want very creative, long range or something a little different. So even here, right, you see this? This is where the previous one, this is the couple. Yeah, even here, this is the couple here. The complete wide frame. This used to be my kind of shots where I used to love it. And I still capture this kind of shots to be frank. Yeah. Again, so that's what I'm saying. It all depends on your personal interest on where you actually wanted to take. So yeah. Very quick summary of my journey. So okay, fantastic. So quick thing on my journey, right? How I started, how I ended up being a wedding photographer. What is my journey? What are the steps that I personally took? What are the steps that I did? I did mistakes and I try to summarize everything. Feel free to ask me any question personally also. So I was a very photo shy guy. I didn't want to be in photos. So I wanted to always be behind the camera. So I ended up being a photographer. That was plain as simple as it. But I've always had an eye, always had a, when I watch movies, when I watch anything, I have a very attention to detail. I like all this different creative related work. Always had that look and feel for beautiful things. Then I kind of felt then I felt like I should probably get. I was waiting for opportunity. I was waiting for a camera. I waited for a Canon 70D or 80D for almost 2 years. Then I finally got in my hands. So first thing, see, having a dream is okay to step into photography. But 2012 at that moment, 2010 or 11 or somewhere when I got photography, the camera actually in my hands, right? Previous to that, I was shooting with Cybershot. So there used to be zoom range cameras, like small digicams, like some vintage cameras. So when I started first thing what I've done is I went to my upstairs. Every day I used to go upstairs. I used to shoot crows. I used to shoot landscape. I used to shoot sky. I shot sky for almost 3-4 months. Just sky, that's it. I went every day. I used to look at the clouds. I used to shoot clouds. The only lens that I had was probably, if I remember, somewhere the variable of 24 to something like there was a 1635 or some default lens you actually get. With that lens, it was a basic aperture of 4.5. I've shot for almost 3-4 months. What I've done is I've understood the light first. How is the clouds changing? How is the light is coming? How is the light going up and down? What is the sunset time? Then I used to start shooting crows, and the content was very short, it was not so much of content. So then I understood that I should invest in Prime. So that step, I took Prime. $150 or $200 was Prime Links. That was the cost of it. Probably in India at that point it was like 10,000 rupees, $60 or something. I did invest in Prime Links. 50mm was my first lens. 50mm I took it, fantastic. I stopped using the 1635 or whatsoever, some basic default lens that you actually get with Canon. I stopped with only started using Primes 50mm. Used to shoot portraits. I got somehow into shooting. The first gig was actually shooting Facebook pictures, Facebook profile photos. That was my gig. Then I eventually landed up into shooting politics. Then I eventually, some things took me there. I shot, I made a lot of good money. I wanted to be in wedding business. Then I eventually went into wedding photography, loved it. So very good journey and everything. Then I took a break for 3-4 years after I came here. I stopped. I took a break for 3 years, 3-4 years. Because I thought to come to US and I didn't know how to get started. I completely stopped everything after coming here. The journey was quick. So I stopped it and I didn't know how to start back. At one point of time, I was financially very in bad situation, and the only thing that I knew was this. But I still had a love for art. I always had a love for art. But I stopped continuing people. I had a mirrorless camera. Sorry, I had a DSLR, but now I have a mirrorless camera. So I didn't know what to do in order to get out of this financial situation. The only thing I knew was getting back into photography. In 2021, around something, I started a company, Studiokrishviews. Then I was literally looking what to do. I had bought A7 III. In depth, I bought 2470. I bought that's it. 2470, A7 III, and an on-camera flash. That's it. And everything changed from then to now. I didn't know how to get started. I watched a lot of YouTube videos. At one point, I even decided to go to downtown, start capturing people, probably not for money, but just to build up a portfolio. I was so bad state. I was in bad state that I was literally. I reached out to so many people, but nobody responded. Because the profile, I didn't have any photos. I had a lot of work back then, but my hard disk got corrupted. Something happened. I didn't have that kind of vision to go back and get all those work get started. I didn't want to do that because that journey was ended there. I wanted to start as a new journey. So one point, nobody helped. I was trying to reach out to people, ask questions, nothing. A lot of YouTube videos, Matt Who's Matt. There's so many other people on YouTube. I've watched their videos. I was thinking that, everything is good. I know everything now, but in real, practical, when you start shooting, that's whole. Whatever learning, right? You will learn your mind, but probably the muscle memory will not catch those settings. But now, even if I close my eyes, if you ask me to open some setting, probably some basic setting, some basic setting, it will be very easy for me to open with my with the muscle memory that I have. So I was just telling that when you actually get started, right, nobody will give you a chance. Nobody will give you a chance. Nobody will help you out. Nobody will educate you. Nobody will instruct you. But what happens over the time, right? Once you start building the profile, once you start building your content, your own thing, everything will fall back into place. People will start approaching you, people will ask for events, people will reach out to you. It's all very freely and very good journey. The process here, when you ask actually for work, right? You don't ask for work first. Ask for shadowing. Go to people, ask for shadowing. He's okay. Yeah. Ask for shadowing, go to people, help them out with lights, help them out with basic stuff. Learn from people. Learn until you get 100% completion. Be it a 1 year, 1.5 year. It's okay. It's 7-8 months. It's okay. Because I already knew the background of it, the basics of it, I didn't have to go to do an internship. If today is my day one, if tomorrow is my day one, I didn't do nothing, but I would have to tell back to myself, I would ask people to go do intern today. But nobody will respond, but bug them. Ping them a bunch of times. Tell them that you're really interested in learn. Because I get so many messages from people. The reason why I become so limited on accepting interns is people come, the internship works so much, then what happens is people leave. After 4 or 5 months, people will leave. The problem here is not people leaving. But thing is, I've already invested so much of my time to educate them. They left it in half journey. So nobody has left till now, luckily, fortunately. But I wasn't that scared that anybody who comes to me, they have to learn 100%. That's why even, for an example, Kiran, when he reached out to me, not only Kiran, anybody who reached out to me, firstly, anybody who's joining intern, I'll pay them. I wanted to pay them. Whatever the minimum amount I could pay, I will pay them. I will never ever ask anybody to work for me in free. The reason is, I need accountability. In an event, I need accountability. Be it a very minimal payment, I need accountability. Because when I pay somebody, I have the audacity to say anything to them. Like, tell them anything. Hey, you're doing right, you're doing wrong, and anything. And they'll become a little more serious. So the day you stop learning from somebody, just quit there. Don't even go there. Just tell them, inform them that I think I have a better opportunity. Don't continue there. If you're doing intern, learn. Learning is your only process. Educate, get exposure on your game, get exposure on their lives, get exposure on how they're approaching, how they're dealing with clients, how they're working with the clients, what is the style, are they getting pissed off, are they how are they dealing with situations, how are they dealing with stressful situations, learn from it. So finding the right mentor is very, very, very crucial game in this journey. You have to know the right mentor. If you know the right mentor, things will take off like crazy. I will not say bad mentors. If you do an intern at some place, if you're not learning that much enough, that means you have to find somebody else. That's the only option. Or you have to possibly get out there, start doing something and then burn your hands, and then that's when you learn. But burning your hands, this is a job. If you're related to event space, you're burning somebody's memories. So that risk you should never take, but at least that internship is the best process that I think you can learn. But always do paid intern, even if it's a minimal event. Go a bunch of events, do it for free. After that, go only paid. Don't work for free. The reason is, if you work for free, they'll make you work for free. And that process will always continue to profit, and that's how they'll burn it off. But I personally feel intern should be paid, intern should be educated, intern should be always whenever people come to me, I always tell them that give me a message on what you have learned. I will get to easily understand whether you've learned something. If they've learned, not learning anything, I'll tell them not to learn. Even Devi, when she came on first event, I've asked her to completely give me a report on what she learned. From basic to everything, she drafted a big message. Kiran have drafted a very big message. So, I ask them to do it. Whenever they're coming back in car, I ask them, what did you learn today? What did you learn? Even after 50 or 100 events. So that is very important to me. Okay? So now, what I've done is, coming back to the journey, what I've done is, when I've started, luckily I could get crack of somebody who gave me an opportunity to weddings, who gave me an opportunity to get started. I've started slowly building my portfolio. Like worked as a freelancer for somebody, just started building my portfolio. But eventually people also understood that, okay, I'm working for somebody and I'm using their content, so they told me not to use their content. And which was basically the obligation from my end that I get to use the content for promotion, but I don't add the couple or anything. But they said not to use the content after a certain period. Initially they were okay, but I think given the attention that I was getting, they didn't like it. I said totally fine. I stopped using the content. So one point of phase, I understood that I should probably start working a little harder to do it. So what I've done is I've done every event that I got, but with 100% attention. Maximum. Some projects we might not be able to 100% deliver, or something might have happened. But the attention we have put to every event was 100%. to the best. If I'm doing like 90% today, if I'm doing next month, I'll be doing 91% next month. The progress was like that. But every penny I was making, I was investing back into camera. I was investing back into gear. I had so much of gear, not base gear. I was investing very smartly, everything. So I wanted to be like a production house. If today, even in my company, if we are doing ready, nobody brings anything. I have everything in my gear. A to Z. I don't have to depend on anybody, like somebody is going to get something. I've built that kind of a structure because from day one, I don't want to be dependent on anybody. So in this process, what I've understood is, I've had several people for video and they've done a very terrible job. I've tried to explain them, they're not understanding. But what I've done is, I've started learning video. Anything that you want to learn, first buy it. You will automatically learn. Then get the hands on. So I bought a video camera, I bought a gimbal. I started learning, I started adopting, I started picking up, and like when I started going, I had to become that hybrid way. Now I'm good with both photo and good with video. So the hardest part was trying these both things, getting an understanding, like it also helps because when you have another video guy, now you hire down the road, you can tell them that what is good, what is bad. So that complete control I had to take it over. So I had that all gear, I had the complete knowledge both on photo and video. This was built over the time. Meanwhile, I started building the profile. At one point of time, I got a call from one guy from New York or New Jersey saying that we should basically stop even doing events this much. We should basically slow it down. That was a very good advice because at that point I was doing for everybody. He asked me, what is your vision? Where do you want to actually go? I like your work. There is something that I could see as part, but where is your road going to? I told him that, hey, I want to get into good weddings. I want to just do very limited weddings. Then he asked me, do one thing. From tomorrow, increase your prices by closer to double. He told me that. So let's say the product price is $1 or $1. He asked me to increase the price to $1.75. I was so stunned that why did this? But this guy is so good. Like, professionally, not so great. But I mean, work-wise, the quality of work is okay. But his advice and everything are very good. I don't know what I did. I took that advice. I did one thing. I increased the prices. Not knowing the reason why he asked me to increase the prices. Many people are approaching you. Not so many people should approach you. That's the ideal goal. To filter out. To filter. That's what he told, and I started doing that approach, and 6 months no one came. All the old clients, people were coming, I said that I'm not doing for that price, I'm sorry man. People were so offended. They were thinking that, okay, this was a steal deal. This guy is coming for so low, and like now he's not coming, and the attitude increased, and everything, whatever they did. I stopped doing it. Then at one point of time, after 6 months, what I understood, I started getting new clients. 4 months, 5 months period, there was a break. I mean, I was doing very less. But I didn't do freelance for anybody. I stopped doing freelance. I thought I should build my own company, I should not do freelance. I should have done actually because if I had done more freelance, I would have got more knowledge at that point. But it's okay. I decided not to work for somebody, not to do freelance, to build my own company, to build my own brand. And then what I've done is I have took the road of where was it?
Increasing the prices.
Yeah, increase the price. So that 4 months was a dry period. After that, I started getting. So whatever the old clients, 2023, 2024, I've increased the prices. 2022, 2023, all the clients were gone. As a photographer, the main intention is to build your client base. So all the client base, 1.5 years is gone. That's it. So it was a new journey back again. So I started slow. Then I increased the prices. I think that way, and market went little more higher. But it's not about the pricing. What I've understood is the journey is good unless you take it off pretty good, slow or something. perfect destination, you should have a very clear idea which road you want to adapt. So there is 2-3 different types of approach in photography. You do either bulk manufacturing kind of a model. You do so many events, you manufacture, you do products like you do that events and you manufacture and you just ship it out and you just go ahead. Another one is you're personally going, you're dealing with that event, you're taking an artistic approach. What happens when you do the second process? I think at least 70 to 75% you'll have satisfaction rate. 70 to 75% you'll have satisfaction rate, 80% at least. When you run the production model, right, when you run the bulk manufacturing model, you will not be able to scale up your company. You will be doing like 30% good, 35% good, 65% clients will have a bad satisfaction. Your reference will not go up. So much of pressure. Right even today, I have so many emails that I couldn't able to respond. So the capacity was so much that I could not able to handle the clients who were existing already. I had to quit verticals. I never wanted to become this person who does everything. So today I see a lot of photographers who does everything. They do weddings, they do everything. It's fantastic. I'm not saying it's bad, but isolate your content. If you're creating wedding, create only wedding photography. If you're creating baby shoots, only baby shoots. Because I also understood from when you mix and match the content, right? The client, whenever they look at your page, they'll think that okay, you're all over. They think you as a Walmart. They do not think you as an exclusive brand. You should never be that kind of a Walmart structure. You should have that unique, whatever the content it could be. It could be mediocre, it could be amazing, it could be, it's okay, like basic content. But having that separation will take you to next step because they think that okay, you are specialized only in wedding photography. You know wedding photography only. So that also helps you little grow up. What I've done is I've removed all of my content. Like other content, whatever I've done, I've removed everything. I've just focused only on wedding photography, only couples, only wedding photography process and everything. I've just put, some people used to ask me why are you not posting it and everything, but you have to be a little picky on it, you have to be a little choosy on it because ultimately it's what clients see your profile. The profile is going to be, your Instagram profile on your website is going to be the wall frame of what you are going to be. Don't post in rush. Don't post for the sake of just posting it because we all become that thing. Even I was there. We all become that thing. We have to post something no matter what. Don't post unless you actually really like it. Think it more like a tattoo. If you're putting a tattoo on your hand, it's it's okay even to have 3 posts, but make that 3. You look back and you should feel proud about it. There might be several events you have done which might have failed content and everything, but at least those 3, whatever pictures that you have, you post, make them use of it. Make them properly attractable. Look at the color, look into it like 100 times before you post. If you don't like it, just delete it, just archive it. Keeping that content, I remember I had interaction with a bunch of you guys also asking to isolate content, not to post. Because I told you, right? I told you about whenever I see people mixing the content, I always tell them because I know how client is. I know from client perspective how they would approach somebody. If in wedding photography or any line of work, you put specialized only relative content, people will not tell you there is more approach, there is more call to those people. So I was going in that wedding photography route, good. Then my dream was to take a step to become one of the top 3 Indian photographers in US. It's still my dream. Top Indian. There are some amazing people. There is I don't think I can ever, not anytime soon. I mean, maybe in the next 10 years for sure. But there are so many other people. Initially, I thought nobody's here. But again, you climb one step on top of it, and you look at it, you see other people on the road. I started seeing so many other people. Dallas, it's okay with me. But there's so many other people in San Francisco, Michigan. My radar was a little longer. I could see people what they're doing, who are there. I started exploring this people. Then I started working with different amazing talented people. So luckily I had this opportunity to work with very good photographers, but also one of my old friends, like who was photographers back then, they live in Canada, so whenever there is weddings, I always call them from Canada, I always call them from Chicago. So different people, like so many people I've called them, like I've blended with them. If there is somebody who I really like, I always call them to events, I look at their work, I always try to see if I can be able to integrate with them, whatever. So I've built a very good network, I've built a very good client base. It's very rare that I don't go to any event personally by myself. Sometimes it happens due to conflicts and sometimes maybe because of request, but any event that I personally take, smaller or bigger event, I'll go for sure, no matter what. And I don't think in a process that something can be fixed post-process. Any event that I personally take, I 100%, or maybe you guys, 100% think that this is going to be the final output, that I will have to just pass it out a little and give it to client. Okay, let me deal with this in post-processing, let me take care of this in post, let me see if that shot can be added. Never take that approach lightly because it becomes like a habit. Be very serious, be at least for that. If you be very conscious for that 4 hours or 6 hours period, your life becomes very easy for the next when you're handling it. Trust me, the more focus you have put into an event, the easier it would have been in post-processing, for sure. The more focus if you put into the event, the easier the post-processing also becomes. You know what to do, you know how to deal with it. So that was the approach. Then I started filtering it out that my capacity is only 30 weddings per year. I understood that my capacity is only 30. I get so many inquiries, but even still who are similar to in doing the market, they do like 50, 60, 70, 100 weddings, 200 weddings, 1,000, so many events. But my capacity is only 30 weddings. So know your capacity, know your time. There is only 52 weeks, right? Out of 52 weeks, how many weekends do you want to be busy? What is your role? What is your approach? That should be a goal, that should be a target, and according to that vision, take your role accordingly. Temporarily, it might hurt your pocket. Temporarily, it might not make a lot of money, but the approach that you will be taking, if you're serious about this profession, will be for next 20-30 years. The market is growing very fast. The market is becoming very good. So the approach you need to take, the process you need to take, the filtering out content or posting those content, the amazing content that you have, or the BTS, if somebody can able to make BTS, like fantastic, very good, go ahead with that. But all this process and everything, but do anything with, don't do it with the rush of posting something. Do it with complete satisfaction. Keep it like, watch out your profile a bunch of times every day. Look at your profile, filter out your profile, that's it. That helps you to get more leads, but any lead that you're also getting, right? Approach to client should be little different. So understand their requirement, understand their vision, understand their perspective, then work on it. I don't like this hourly approach in the market. I'm sorry, but if you guys are doing it, rethink about it. It's okay to charge a couple of $100 extra. Go there, do complete event with this come out. Because I'm trying to work with other people to kind of get rid of this hourly based schedule. Because companies are getting, not companies, but people are getting like burnt off with this hourly kind of thing. Clients are getting burnt off, like they don't like to pay hourly, the events will never go on time. Tell them to communicate with you guys, like when the event is getting started, just be there till a limited time of it, not going that extended time, like be there till morning to evening. Don't give that free hand, but just tell them that I don't operate in hourly, but also I have something to take care of. I'm not here to operate throughout the day. I have something, this is my bandwidth, this is where I can take it. For any 30 minutes is totally fine, but any additional time it will not be as good to write down contracts, write down work on that. So yeah, to try approaching that process, but ultimately the journey, what I took is, I'm taking is, do limited. It's okay to be free, it's okay to be idle, but do limited, do good. That will take you to next level. If you keep on charging the same price every year continuously, you do so much of work and you burn off, one day you will be burned off. If you do limited work, if you start creating good content, if you start working on yourself, learning different content, you grow every year by 10-15%. After 3-4 years, the person who is next to you, who have done the similar, and you will be a little more on top of it. And you have a room like who's seen me from day one. Sure, you have seen me from day one. So, done as freelance, but now I'm not posting it unless I really have time, unless I really love something. Because after a certain point, you don't have to post anything. It's okay. Your content on the wall is good for them to refer what kind of a style of work you have. The content might be good or bad, but it is okay to not post anything for a while. Then take a break. Don't take a rush of doing Instagram posting so much and take that as a pressure.
But as beginners, Instagram only pushes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I'm not
fighting with the algorithm.
No, I'm not saying definitely it will help you. But see, the strongest thing that I've learned is what this journey should be slow. This journey will be slow, starting. But once you get that right time right, you have to make it slow. People will rush you so much. People will ask you about your availability. People will go crazy. I had so many amazing moments in my life till now. Because of the decisions that I took of choosing where I will do it, I had people like calling me for different places just to tell me that, hey, can you be able to do this? You should do this no matter what. But I might do it or not, but the satisfaction that you're going to get when somebody really exclusively wants you no matter what is very different. That exclusivity you have to create, you have to do minimals. You have to be very, sometimes you might be going right or wrong. We had experience, right? One experience. So you carefully sometimes you think that okay, it's gonna turn out very good. See, you don't have to be luxury. I'm not saying that only capture big weddings. I'm not trying to say that. Just know about the event. Just understand a little more about the event. Just understand what they really want. Understand if they are willing to kind of give you an additional time. They are okay to give you that additional space of time. That portraits or anything. Whether are they really putting any effort in that dressing or kind of a look to give you something? At least it should be Instagram worthy or it should be financially worthy. If you're not getting anything out of it, if you're going, what happens is if you continue to do over a time, you will lose confidence. The confidence is very important thing. You need to be confident that you are the best in the market. I'll be very honest. You have to fake yourself that you are the best in the market. You have to think that I'm best, I'm the best, I know good. You have to think yourself, but again, don't be that overconfidence that you know everything. Learn, but also explore yourself, be better than yesterday, keep one step moving every day, but also make sure that you're not compromising on anything. On the learning, on the confidence. You do 10 bad events, when I say bad, it could go something way wrong than you imagine, or client might get troublesome. And more importantly, what I've done is client behavior. If I'm not getting a right client behavior, I'm not taking that in. Uncompromised, I'm not taking that in. Even if it's okay, they want to pay me a little more, I'm okay. Because the trauma that you are going to get with a bad client is extremely bad. They will trouble to your end where you will actually feel that, why did I even come into photography? Never get into that phase. Respect you, take clients who respect you, respect profession, understand art, understand how much time it takes, understand the process and everything. You might satisfy everybody or you might not. It's okay, it's the part of the game. But ultimately, are you putting 100% into it is one thing. Dealing with right clients, dealing with nice people is very important. If somebody behaves a little odd and different, thank you, I'm sorry, I'm not available, I can't do it anymore. I had terrible experiences with clients who said extremely bad things for very, very small, silly things, who disrespected me so much initially. I went through a trauma. I had phase where I was very afraid to even take a call. I was very afraid to kind of felt like, why did I even come into this industry? You feel everything. You feel all different sorts of experiences. But now, when I'm filtering it, I'm not filtering out just by only value-based something. I'm filtering it out by clients. I understand clients. I I empathize with them. They need to empathize with me. They need to understand my intention. I don't need people who argue with me like so much and who think because I'm paying your penny, let you be my slave. I cannot take. I don't want to become that. It's okay if you are looking for that. Find another people. Thank you so much. I would just say that, but just be that little teenage guy that you are being very choosy on the things. That will save a lot of from your confidence. Okay, and I'm not trying to say this, but low-paying clients who pays very less are very innovative. I'll be very honest. I've seen it. Sometimes the odds I'm saying is like 70-80%. Who don't understand, who had somebody who asked me like 5 years back, asked me if I can do both photography, videography, everything throughout the event, like starting 4 o'clock to midnight, 8 o'clock or something, just for $300 or so. That client was disrespecting us so much that, oh, what is there? What the hell that you guys doing? She was disrespecting, she was bashing me so much. She thinks that she is in great community and she knows everybody. She was doing that. At the beginning phase, you don't have audacity to say something to her. Like, no, ma'am, this one. She was like, no, this is more than enough for you guys. I know. But the cameras itself cost more than $10,000, $12,000. But I was afraid to say anything to her because my work was very minimal. I went actually. I had to go because they were my existing client base. I did $400 or something. I did the event. You can't imagine the trauma that I came out with. I felt very bad for doing it because I just went for the sake of, I couldn't say no. That's why I didn't even go for money. I went with an extreme. I came back with a very terrible trauma that why did I even get into this field? That one single event created a trauma of 4 months. The way they were asking for not changes but demanding more. I decided that I should stop this drama. That's it. This was like probably first 1 month or 2 months after getting into photography. But imagine the confidence that I lost during that event. The confidence that I had, the experience that I had, I lost it. But I had to stitch it back, right? I had to stitch it back myself, happy when we were leaving by the place. And every event, you should feel confident or proud that at least I've created. I've created at least 2 good shots. 1 good shot I've created. I'm happy. Go with that satisfaction. This journey will take you far. If you just go dry, just come back dry. If you feel that continuously for a certain period of time, I'm sorry, something is going on. Have that at least 1 wow moment. Every shoot, 1 wow moment is mandatory. It's very important. Okay. Any questions?
I have something on the approach. So you represent the brand, right? Studiokrishviews. When you go to weddings, when you're doing both as a hybrid, video and photo, right? At least for the couple shoots or the pre-event shoot, how much leave you take? So you try to control the entire composition for photo and video, or you just rely on your.
You hire people accordingly. Hire the best people accordingly, and I just leave it. The only problem comes with understanding both, right? Gives you flexibility that even somebody ditches you, you know where to take the control. You don't have to be like very dependent on somebody. Now, if tomorrow, without Kumar, it's very hard for me. At this point of view, if Kumar suddenly quits tomorrow, extremely hard for me because he takes care of all the setup. I don't even have to tell him anything. He takes care of everything. He don't even have to do it, but he take all this stuff from the car, he gets it. He helps me so much like a younger brother. I owe him so much sometimes. But if Kumar quits tomorrow, I should know everything that Kumar is doing. I should know everything that one person is, Kiran or anybody, Shiva or anybody who comes to me or anybody. never give the 100% control to somebody who comes and works for you, work with you. It's my concept. Because you as a brand or as an individual, you should be capable, no matter what, rain or shine. You commit to something, irrespective, no matter nobody's coming, you should be that one person who can handle anything. You should know at least everything. That gives you flexibility or freedom, and people also will know that, okay, this guy's tough, he knows everything. We can't bullshit him. So, because now if I tell any videographer without any knowledge to give me a shot like that, say, oh, it doesn't work that way. But now, give me the camera, I know how to do it, I know how to take care of it. If somebody doesn't listen to you, you know the game. Like, you just take the game and you just complete that shot. And you know that where the guys, like, you know, where you have to put a shot. So that's why I always recommend people to learn both photo and video in US market. Any journey, like, you know, if you only wanted to be dedicated only photography, but I think starting next year I will be just taking only photography or videography training, because the scale of events that I'm doing every year is going a little higher, so I don't want to take over responsibility and burn it off. But now it's time to take a decision that either I pick photography for your wedding or videography for your wedding. I'm not doing both. That gives me a little more room and freedom, because day by day I'm getting a lot of pressure. I'm not a face to take a lot of pressure in this moment in my life. So yeah, that's the journey. The market situation currently, there's so much potential. It's growing because kids who came in 2000, families who came in 2000, 90s, 2001, 2002, like, you know, their kids are getting older, the kids getting married here. The wedding market is going to blow up so much in the next 15, 20 years. Like the next 20 years will be crazy. Like, now after that, I think that there will be a time where the saturation point will be, there will be no extra variants of weddings. I think there will be a lot more minimalistic, artistic oriented weddings. The next 10, 15 years, the Indian wedding market is blowing up so much. The kind of a cost that people will see in the next 15 years, extremely good. The wedding companies are making pretty huge money. Like, wedding photography companies are making a huge, like sometimes $500,000 to some good companies, some American based. Some wedding decor companies making good money. After 15 years, I would say there will be a saturation point that there will not be any additional. There will be a phase of micro weddings. People don't like to have any kind of a drama for their weddings. So I think that point of time, probably all the wedding photographers, I don't know what they'll become, but if artistic, they'll have a still scope. The companies who have this system where, like, you know, individual who knows both photo and video, they will survive irrespective of what. So be that all person wearing who knows traditional, who knows candid, who knows cinematic, who knows everything. So, and be editor. I'll tell you guys more importantly about what helped to be in that journey. How editing is really important, and you can control the game like crazy. Without edit, so even if you have a good photography skill, without edit knowledge, you cannot run for a very long time in the market. Because similarly, as I said, you depend on external editor. That editor might leave another day. Your content might look very good one season, content might look very bad another season. You having the whole edit control, A to Z, will get you best content from yourself, and also limit on top of it, you will limit all the events, and you edit yourself personally, will create a much more better content for you. And also, edit knowledge is something I feel AI cannot replace with that soon. Even photography cannot be replaced with AI or anything. Personally, I don't think, because AI understands that Indian cinematic, Indian wedding experience, Indian kind of a culture. So I don't see it as a replacement, but AI, we use it a lot in our workflow. I will show you that. But as I explained, what is my even how would I start, how would my approach be? Never over invest in the gear and do it. Gradually invest, buy one camera, buy one lens. You invest over time. You invest right camera, so right gear, right equipment accordingly, depending on the need. If you're getting good event, probably take an advance and just buy out the camera, just buy out the lens. So start doing that investment gradually. Don't be that initial investment like so much unless you build already a bunch of events, and that should not be a problem. But so edit pattern. Even today, I did all my photos, I did all my work, I don't outsource, I don't give it to any other people. I had one person who culls images for me, picks images, but even after coming from there, I also pick my images, I also pick my own images, I do my own edits. So, which is one of the reasons why it takes a little longer sometimes, probably takes some months also, but it's okay. I give glimpse and in all pictures in like 30-40 days, sometimes 45 days. And clients are okay with it because of the quality sometimes what is happening. So workflow, the very complicated process. I've experimented over several different workflows, processes, and I understood that it's very complicated area and it's very hard to touch. But there are the primary components is data management, storage. Of how you back up systems, how you back up the data, you need one kind of a service for photo storage. Zen Photo, Pixieset, SmugMug, there's so many other areas where you basically design galleries and you give it to clients. That is one way it's okay. That is what the client did. In all your videos, whenever if you're a company who's doing videos also, you give either through YouTube video or you do Drive link, you do Dropbox, you do Mega, you do that, you do this is okay. But on the other end, let's say if I'm doing wedding photography process or something, my basic workflow is I always record my data in 2 SD cards simultaneously, parallelly. I never allow the data to be lost or gone. Even if it's costing gone in one place, how many cards I have? Yeah. So this is usually I have like almost another box also of cards, like 56 GBs. But I started investing in 1 terabyte cards. So now the cards have become a little more expensive with all the crisis. But when I purchased, like, they were so deadly cheap, but now it's become a little costlier. The data drives and everything. So this 256 card. So there is basically I like to use this cards. In cards, basically there is formats like UHS1, UHS2, V90, V30, V60, oh so many draw. But the cards that professional photographers should use, UHS2 is the kind of, you would have 2 serial in the back, 2 readings in the back, 2 chips in the back, 1, 2, that is UHS2. On top of it, every card has speed, certain speed limits. So mine is 280 MB per second. So transfers almost 280 megabytes per second. And so there is a read and there is a write speed out of the memory card. On top of it, it shows V60, V30, V90. It shows the speed of the card. Sometimes, I think it's the speed only. I think there is some terminology that I forgot, but usually the preference is at least V60 or V90 cards. V60 or V90 plus UHS2. If anybody wants to take a picture, I'll give it later, but this is the format. But you also have V90 cards. V90 cards are a little more expensive, but they are much more faster. The transfer speed is much more faster. But I also like to use 1 terabyte. There is something called CF Express A. This is called 1 terabyte card. The data transfer speed is 1850. That was 250 and this is 1850. So the speed is very high, but also the cost is extremely high. Each card will cost like probably $500-600. But $500 almost, but I think the speed is very high and the quality is very good for the cards. And so now, okay, I'm capped. Before going to any event, I will make sure that my data, previous event data is triple backup. Triple. One is first, right after coming from event, first thing I do is I get that into a SSD, solid state drive, or HDD, hard drive. Okay. Then the data will go to network attached storage. It's called NAS. NAS is basically you connect over the internet. You have a bunch of larger storage systems, like it's basically a bunch of hard disks connected to a drive. That's NAS. But NAS, I would say, use it only when you're storage is going more than 50 TB, 50 terabyte. That's a lot. So, but my storage is a little longer, so I had to use NAS. NAS have a bunch of different drives. NAS have a bunch of different drives, so I just dump into that. And third, I use either Dropbox or recently I've been using Mega. The online cloud, so the first thing, the solid state drive, I have everything in there. Like, you know, I have cinematic, I have traditional, I have photos and everything. I have like almost 5 to 6 different types of, almost six or 7 artists sometimes. So these are artists that I have. So everything is 4 terabyte. These were very inexpensive when I bought, but now it's, the cost of it went like almost $800 each. When I bought it, it was only $200. This was 200 each, 250 or something. Now it's 700, 800 because of the storage problems around the world. But luckily, I got some good artists for like less cost. Okay, so you store in hard disk, then you store in NAS, or you store in any external cheap hard disk. First, solid state drive is a place where you have to work with. That is connected to your laptop, and you basically work with it. Second is hard disk, any big hard disk like WD Elements 18 TB, 20 TB, or any good hard disk that you will find for less cheaper cost. The transfer speed is not so fast. It's very low. So this is very fast. It's 2000 Mbps per second. That is, it could be like 500 or 400 or sometimes 250 also. Third is Mega or Dropbox or online, where you use a third party and you store it over there. But again, because the storage is very limited, it's 15 TB or 20 TB, what you have to do is, you have to discard all of your content accordingly. If it's delivered, if it's okay, you discard content over there. If you have a team in India, if you find any editors out there, you always send them. So this is one way of data storage management, where the process that I adopt to do it is, if you do photos, what I have done is, I convert to DNG format, digital negative files. What I do is, I don't like to, because raw file, every raw file is almost 50 to 60 MB, almost sometimes 50 MB. If I've saved 50 MB of all the files from wedding, I would probably save them into 500 GB of photos sometimes. I don't have that much space at this current space. What I'm doing is, I'm compressing these images from 50 MB to almost 15 MB or 10 MB. The quality is not going anywhere. It goes a little, but I think all the digital files that we currently have in the market, the way they are looking on the phones is totally fine. Even if you print it, it's going to look fantastic. Now, I'm converting them into digital negative. 500 GB, it is coming to 200 GB. So I'm saving almost 300 GB of work. So video content, I'm just keeping the way it is. Sometimes it's 400, 500 GB also. So you're keeping it in solid state drive, and you put like one in your hard disk and one in cloud. Sometimes I delete from my SSD also. Sometimes I delete, I just have only 2 copies of it. Or what I do is I keep the cards with me. One season I try to keep the cards unless it's not discarded. I just try to keep the cards. Once after the event is done, what I do, there is a hack. What you do is, there is a lock, right? Just lock it out. You see a lock on the side, just lock it out. Any case, if you think the data is not backed up, this will not, you cannot be able to erase this card. So that way you can save a card. So you just lock the card and just put it back in the camera. So you can't erase that card, you can't basically read into that card or do any magic. So always lock the cards after you use it. That helps to prevent the data. So recording 2 and so that saves a little. So this is my process. What I'll do is after this, I will take all the photos into Lightroom Classic. There's an app, it's an Adobe app that I use. In Lightroom Classic, I will build smart previews, I will build standard previews and show you guys that. What happens is, I will build a catalog. So there is something called catalog building, and you won't even need hard disk. You can just connect. After shoot, it takes all the pictures. It will do. I've tried it all. I've tried Imagine AI. I've tried Narrative AI. There is some different apps which takes care of photo processing. So AI model, what it does is, now this after shoot, I'll show you guys the process, but after shoot it basically edits every photo you have. It's a subscription based app, but it edits almost, if I have 10,000 photos, it edits all 10,000 photos, but it culls the best. It automatically culls the best. But now, what your job is, your job is to build a Lightroom catalog. On top of the Lightroom catalog, you have to make sure that whether the AI culled it right or wrong. On top of it, you have to add your flavor of work. This is the problem. People are doing till after shoot. If they're using AI model, they'll just ship it directly. But there comes the process of cropping, straightening, enhancing it a little more, taking it to Photoshop, adding gradients, making that skin look good, making the process look good. So that is where you actually do fine art. You take the photo, you just add some random preset, you adjust some basic things, and you just ship it. That is okay work. But you make that image a fine art. At least the core images, the images that you're going to give it to the client as a main frame of images. You do fine art, you do skin corrections, you do basic things. For skin corrections also, recently, after shoot, Retouch is working great. There's other apps like Retouch for me and everything that connects, that will do. I'll show you guys the process. So that will help a little more on the post-processing area. So I'm not going to talk much on the video part, but the basic color correction and everything, I'll show you one of the basic kind of an example. But usually this is my process. So a lot of these APIs that I really use after shoot, Lightroom, Photoshop, this is Retouch for me, this is narrative, this is Imagine, this is Pixel, this is the kind of an application I use. So I think once I have a kind of a demo, you'll understand. I'll put a card and try to save it to a hard disk and show how it is processing and how it is doing. I think that will give a little example. Before actually we push forward, I think we'll have only 1 hour. What we'll do is we'll grab some pizza, we'll eat something, and then we'll get into the post-processing. We'll do some kind of corrections. And I think if we still have time, we'll do something with the camera. We'll create some shots. I'll show you guys what is the approach I take with 24 mm, 35 mm. Where do I shoot? How do I shoot with these things? I think that approach will also be really helpful. Okay. Let's go. Any questions?
So you said you are using after shoot, right? So you trained it, right? So
yeah.
So how many photos did you train it for? Like,
you don't need to train with so many photos. All you have to do is every gallery that you upload, right? You need to adjust profile. So adjust profile. I'll show you that.
Because when I tried, it asked like 5,000 or 10,000 trained photos. But I trained it, but it's not giving the Indian flavor.
Oh, I'll show you.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Let's grab some. This is enormous time of recovery and just to get started to community life and everything. So this will get you to understand హై లెవెల్ ఫ్లో ఉంటాయి ఇండికేట్గా ఖచ్చితంగా ఇప్పుడు చేస్తే వాళ్ళు ఇప్పటికి ఏ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఉన్నా you have an understanding. The biggest thing is if you take gap and you do it, ఈ ప్రాసెస్లో నువ్వు కూర్చోడు ఇంటికి ఎనీ కాంటెంట్ ఇస్తే నీకు వెంటనే కనెక్ట్ వర్క్లో నేను తర్వాత నేను చెప్తాను యాక్చువల్ వర్క్లో ఎలా ఉంటుంది హౌ డు ఐ డూ దట్ సో దట్ రియలీ
So one is like the permanent backup
I'll continue here. Let's pull that out. If you never made, choose to a year and so this is
recent grad
standard of printer document in case like just in case you format
first event companies
this is actually like a fourth batch for extended period of time. This is that.
studio to video or
Guys, there is 2 slices, come on. Somebody can still die down. Thanks, hello. Your phone is light and busy. Alright guys, ready? Okay, so what we do is we'll quickly do some quick shoot, shoot your dummy. So you see, we'll kind of forget the content and then accordingly we'll kind of edit it. We'll kind of do some, and also I'll also show you guys some of the weddings that probably never placed in the full gallery. Either these for you, post possibly I think that will give you a little more exposure and idea. So, Kumar, ready? Okay, so before that, first thing, understanding the lens, A lens is good number is important. So what we'll do is everybody actually let's go there from now. Kumar is our usually model and my initial model. Any event usually will kind of make him okay. So ఇది కొంచెం మూవ్ చేయవా వాళ్ళకి చూపించడానికి put it somewhere bro so that it's visible enough. Okay, so firstly this camera. ఒక ఫోన్లో ఏదైనా ఫోన్ దాంట్లో ఎక్స్పైర్ అవుతుంది యాక్సెస్ ఈ యాక్సెస్ just write 28 70. Okay, so first thing is నేను ఎప్పుడైనా two cameras, whenever we are shooting with two cameras, always what I do is I like to capture ఈ రెండు కెమెరాస్ ఇప్పుడు ఏవైతే నేను షూట్ చేస్తున్నా ఈ రెండు కెమెరాస్ షూట్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఈ రెండు కెమెరాస్ ఏవైతే నేను ఇప్పుడు షూట్ చేస్తున్నా ఈ రెండు కెమెరాస్ కూడా రెండు డిఫరెంట్ టైమ్ జోన్స్లో ఉండొచ్చు. లైక్ ఫర్ సపోజ్ ఈ కెమెరా డాలస్లో ఉండొచ్చు, ఇంకో కెమెరా అఖిల్ కాలిఫోర్నియాలో చూస్తే అఖిల్ -2 నుంచి రావచ్చు కదా. ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది టూ కెమెరాస్ నుంచి ప్యారల్ అఖిల్ కెమెరా నేను కెమెరా ఇద్దరుగా షూట్ చేసినప్పుడు రెండు కెమెరాస్ డిఫరెంట్ టైమ్ జోన్స్ నడుస్తుంది. సో నేను రెండు గ్యాలరీలో పెట్టి చూసుకున్నప్పుడు ఎడిట్ చేద్దాం కంటిన్యూస్లీ. సో వెన్ ఐమ్ putting this as a continuous edit, I might probably miss the flow. One picture probably it will all show like this pictures first, and after 2 hours it will go back. So what I'll do is there is a somebody opened time.is in their phone, time.is, a website. Yes. Okay. So time.is, exactly. So this is the one. What I'll do is with my camera, first I will capture this one. I'll show you guys how I'm going to set this back in the post-processing. So here I'm going to just record and I'm just capturing only in slot 2. Okay, so I just captured, I have a picture. So fantastic. The time is 12:35, 8:52 here. It don't have to be same time. So second camera, I'm just capturing here. So 12:36:08. So now e-photo currently whatever I have, this is set to this particular time. In Lightroom when I go, I'm going to set these two cameras to that particular time with microseconds. Now what I'm doing is I'm adjusting the capture time. So now what I'm getting is whenever I put all of these two images irrespective of different cameras, I'll get these images next to next. So all images which I'm shooting, it will be next. So if I'm shooting straight, Fakil is shooting, or like somebody is shooting from a different side angle, so I will get these images from the side by side, which helps easy for me to pick the image and do it right. Okay, now let's start working with 2870. So everybody come back and then come back, like Okay, Kumar Babu. Okay, so come up everybody. Okay, so the basic setting that always use, right? Everybody come. Make sure you all see my camera here. Don't come. Okay. Make sure you all see my camera. So I'm using 1/200 f2. So this is 640. So now my exposure is basically I can increase my ISO. So even if I put it 640, I'm not able to. But I'm not going to adjust down on the shutter speed and do it. I don't want to do it. I just want to keep only 200 because that is the good rule. 200 to 250. Now what I do is the ISO whatever I have, I'm just going to increase. So couple of things here. I have black here and I have white here. So can you come here? If given this space, right, I would have to choose which area that I'm getting the best contrast in. Okay. So now given black and white situation, so pick your background accordingly on which area you might get the better contrast. So go back to black ones. Okay, good. So now what I'm getting is I'm getting a reflection on the eye. So immediate thing what I have to do, so I cannot able to edit that in post-processing. Anything that you cannot able to edit in post-processing, you always have to take a composition call. Okay? So look down, look towards your left side. Yeah. Look down. So what is happening? I'm removing the reflection. I'm changing the pose accordingly to the way it is done. So ready? Fantastic. Now I'm getting a shot here. Looking so good. Fantastic. Very good. So So I'm getting this shot right here. Now look outside. Come on. Yeah. Look towards little bit. So couple of things. Whenever you're dealing with any subject photography, your angle should be from this ear to always this ear. Okay. With somebody showing this part of the part majoritarily, it's not a good portrait. So your angle should be either this way or this way. And also one more thing, very important thing, that in any portrait photography, you have to learn that eyeball, there's a white layer, right? You should not see that white layer so much. Like if you turn this way, the white, I don't know what they call it in medical terms, but you should not see that white layer so much. If you see that, it's not a good portrait. Okay? So similarly, come forward. Only put your eyes to this side. No. Face towards my side. Look straight. Come completely. Only eyes towards the left side. Yeah. See, you're looking a little odd and weird here. You see majority of white space here. Okay. So it has to be very even. If that's the case, you always should move subject this way. So if you are little not so great with instructing people, tell them that this is your right shoulder and this is your left shoulder. Ask people to move this way. Okay? Can you please tilt towards your right side? This is straight line. Can you please tilt towards your right side? I will tilt. Can you please tilt towards your left side? Then tilt. Just instruct them this way. Okay? And can you please look towards your right side? This way. Can you please look towards your left side? Can you please look up? Now client will be wondering which area to look up. Can you please look towards that mirror? Can you please look towards this window? So instruct them accordingly. A lot of times what happens is, whenever I see posing is the most hardest part for people. They get so hard confusing other people in posing. It's not a problem. You will learn, but learn a way to it. Okay? Learn a way to instruct people nicely. So whenever you get to see any couple, first couple posing, should they come forward? So whenever you get to work with couple, always, so don't directly go on like posing like, hey, can you please put your forehead to forehead? Don't do that. Completely no. Big no. Always start with basic. First understand the couple. First understand their body language. How are they comfortable with each other? How good is their body? Now if I stand like this way, what is happening? My shoulders are looking very big. Okay? So try, like my hands are going this way, my shoulders are looking maybe somebody might have their hands this way. Okay? Now try to squeeze their body this way. Can you please put your hands together? Just really to over here. So what you're doing, you're compressing the body. Okay? If somebody is looking very bulkier in the shoulders and everything, you kind of take the subject accordingly. And you ask them to look this way. So now what is happening? I'm optimizing the radius, whatever I have right here, that I'm trying to optimize it. So understand that level of thing. Now, here, the problem is not exactly matching with the eye length of the camera. You're shooting sometimes top, you're shooting sometimes bottom, you're shooting very wide. You have to fit the frame accordingly. The first to understanding the tilt position of the body. How is the position going, right, left or right, and accordingly. Where is the light coming from? A lot of light coming from this side, so I might have to possibly stand this way and turn this way. So this is a right lighting position for my subject accordingly. Now, when you pick the lighting, frame is second important thing. So obviously when you ask them to look here, they'll look there. Can you please look into this one? So what happens now if I do this, my neck is, this strain is becoming. So legs position towards that way, upper body towards my side. Okay? This is getting a little easier, right? Now, the couple pose. Whenever you're dealing with two couples, start with basic. Okay? Ask couple to next stand to each other. First, they have no clue because this is the first time they're getting shot. So they'll not come and directly pose. Just walk. I'm asked to do a walking shot. Just get used to the couple first. Do basic shots. Even after shooting like these many weddings, I've shot close to 500 to 600 weddings, I still start basic. I will not take it complicated road. I will start with basic shots. Once you do basic shots, you will have a minimum guarantee that you have completed something. Take one, that's it. Basic shots, done. Then you go for the creative shots. Then you would ask, anything with couple, you have max 20 shots. Trust me, you have only 20 shots. Don't go to Pinterest. From today, please stop using Pinterest. stop going to couple show Pinterest, instruct them that don't do that. I'll tell you honestly, I've done that. Don't do that. The reason is, if the moment you start showing Pinterest, the client thinks that you're copying somebody's visual. You don't have a vision to think that. Even if it's a hard journey, try getting used to it. Try communicating, try getting used. That communication is a little harder. Because you are on the other side, you're telling them to stand right side, left side, and it gets very hard. But practice, observe, practice. Becomes much more easy. I've done that. I know how to instruct couple. I know how to ask them to take what is. But sometimes it gets hard to convince also. At that point, I would probably instruct with my videographer to just like, hey, this is the position that I want. Okay? Can you please place your hands on the person, okay, on the hips, right here. Okay? Can you do it here? Can you please on the waist? Learn this body language. Okay? You see complicated terms like when somebody is putting their nose on the temple right here. Okay? Understand how you can able to tell it, how you can able to instruct. Hey, can you please face each other? Couple is gonna. Can you please hold hands? Can you please ask them to come forward? Now please put your hands on the waist. Group, can you please put your hands on the waist? Okay? Can you please, both of you look towards this side? Can you, only bride looking towards my side, can you ask groom to put your nose on the left side of the eyebrow? Can you put on the right side of the eyebrow? Okay, you're going closer. Can you please smile? Can you do burst smile? Also, try this thing, when you lock from tummy, the shoulders are going to shake very good. Try doing that. You always do that from tummy, the shoulders are going to move naturally. So, these minute things about human, how they laugh, how they do it. Some people are very serious, some people don't want to smile. So how do you ask them to make smile? You know, can you do soft smile? Can you do 10%, 20% smile, 30%? Crack silly jokes to make them burst. This kind of a thing will really help it. But start basic, take complicated. The second is editorial photography. Like you see all different sorts of fancy photography where one person sitting, one person standing. Don't start from there. That is not you. If you have time, if you have energy, if the couple really wants it, then that's what you do. Also, don't disturb anything. Don't do anything which disturbs the makeup or look. Don't do it. If it's very harsh light outside, don't see some Instagram image and just go ask the couple to look outside the sun for a few minutes. The skin is going to get bad. So understand where the limitation is, where you have to cut it off. Okay? Start basic, go complicated, but don't make couple complicated. Okay? Also, sometimes you might see a shot, you might be very interested, but that's not working. What you do is, you try. If it doesn't, that's it. Don't waste time on one single shot for a long time. Okay? Understand where you're good at, how you're good at, plan it accordingly. Okay? So now, let's get back to the posing. So now, what I'm doing is, I'm trying to understand the color palettes. One, he wore blue, which is a stronger color, again on the black. So that's something which is not great, but again, what I can do is, I can click some pictures, try to do some sharper contrast oriented for black and whites. Okay, so right now, ready? I'm seeing a lot of blue light on the glasses, so look down, yeah, good job. Okay, remove glasses and stand closer to it. Okay, where it is? Do we come forward? Okay, do we see this pose? Okay, very good. So now the advantage is, I just shot at 70 mm, now I'll be shooting at 28. So 28, this is 28, the complete downsize. 28, I usually shoot with a lot of this architectural, crazy shots. So come here, so now I want to basically do something like little wide, different kind of shot. So come forward. Can you look towards your left side first? Okay. So I'll be doing some low angle shots. I'll probably get some low angle shots of I'll probably get something like, something on top. But again, choosing the side position, right? If somebody is little tiny, don't do this position. It makes them much more tiny. Okay? If somebody is, like if you want to elevate somebody, use low angle. Shoot from low angle. If you want to look them like, if somebody is so tall, if you want to still make them little tiny, then go for upper angle. Again, this changes from short to short, but overall the understanding is getting that kind of familiarity. Okay? And here, so on the spacing right, So here, when you're doing the wall kind of shots and anything, okay, try understand what color is reflecting from the light. If I'm standing closer to orange, there's a lot of orange light emitting on the face. If I'm standing next to white, there's so much of white light emitting on the face. What light are you getting from? See, anything that reflects from your skin is basically surrounded by all the light which is coming around. If you put a lot of this red, nice chunni and everything, the skin is going to look very reddish. So it's very hard for you to edit and post from camera. It's okay. From edit, it is very hard to understand what colors will play with. So what you have to do is you have to also, whenever you're leaning to some colors, you also, whenever you're asking a couple to come together, you have to understand if you're shooting outdoor, is the light hitting on subject's dress, the groom dress is falling on the bride's skin or not? That is a very important thing. How is the light hitting from one place to another place, changing the skin color? Because what happens is, this end, if I'm standing this closer, right? If he's wearing very red, now if I'm looking, the light is falling from this direction. It's falling literally the reflection here. This part becomes red, this part becomes another natural color. Right? What is happening? The light which is getting reflected from subject skin or subject dress is falling on my face, it's disturbing the look of it. This side I'm getting a different light and this side I'm getting a little reflection of a different light. But you often see it with white also. When somebody is wearing white and you ask couple bride to look down, the light which falls on dress might reflect on the face and gives a very beautiful look. So, but also, be very careful while using whites, because white is most hardest color to play with. Okay, so play with this, and then in post processing, I'll show you how we can deal with it. As we don't have time, we'll probably sum it up a little. But for events like sun weeks and everything, I like to use them for that. This is 50 mm. 50 mm is very strong portrait. A lot of people know 50 mm 1.2s. So this is the lowest aperture. I think people own it right now. 1.2 is the lowest. I don't think so. There is much more lowest than that, which is very much used around the market. This is 35 mm, and this is 2870. The reason why I have 2870 here, but I have 35, but this is 1.4. This is 2. So that difference will help me in low light, and this gives a much more sharper impact. And this is 24 mm. 24 gives a completely little more different crazy look. So this is 2470. So 2470 helps me for the right range for at least for full length videos. This is 10 mm. Extremely completely wide angle lenses, and this is 85 mm. Telefocal lens, which will give a very different look, very different perspective look of it. Okay, so the last thing before we go to post processing, here is the on-camera flash. I'll tell you guys. So on-camera flash, I'm sure a lot of people use it, but you can actually try to use it in a little different way. I'll express you. Come forward. So come forward. So here is the problem, right? 1/320, and I'm going 640. If I'm not using flash, right? So this is the problem. You see, I have 1/240, 250, and I'm doing 640. What I'm getting problem? The problem I'm getting is I'm not getting much light here. Okay? I'm getting so much of light towards this way. I'm not getting enough light here. So what you're doing is you're filling the light on the left side or making the subject. Usually, whenever people use on-camera flash, they always probably put it to somewhere and they just let bounce. But my kind of a way, always whenever I do it, right? Okay. So this way, it gives a much more flat look, right? Much more flat look and much more clean look. But now I always like to tilt my flashes. I like to tilt to places where it's going to come from a natural light. So now my tilt of flash is somewhere that side. So what happens is the light is hitting that way and coming directly. Instead of this is a flat light, this gives me more like a smaller film. Okay? So you won't see much difference, but this is extremely flat because the light is completely coming around the face, completely 100%. But in this kind of a lighting, wherever you do it, because it's a lot of white reflected everywhere, but in this kind of a lighting, when you expose it, you get a very limited thing. You get a lot of light covering on this side because there's two sides of faces, but it's almost there right now. Next time, when you have a blockage, use a very limited flash, which is a full flash. You get light texture on this side, which gives you a cinematic look, but also it covers your complete look of it. Okay, so flashes this way I will never recommend. This is old school, like it's gone. Use back, probably hitting, sometimes you might hit with the background, or probably sideways, or completely left side. That's it. Okay, and never use this way. This is okay, but for dance floors and everything, but always sides. Sides give you much more natural look. Like how it's standing, even if there is no light, if I hit a flash to that side, the flash will be reflecting back from there. So it's gonna give much like a natural look. Okay. So okay, one more thing. I will talk about before we go. Sorry, I like to talk about ND filters. How many of you use ND filters here? Everybody, right? Almost. Okay, so this is Polar Pro Mist ND filter. The reason why you use ND filter is, I'll tell you the reason. Now, come on. I want to basically capture a way where, let's say, if I'm capturing in 640, so usually a lot of times this is used in video, but my ISO, if I just want to keep it 640 or something, my shutter, right, I want to just keep it like 1/125 because there is a rule in videography that whenever you're capturing 60 frames, whenever you're recording 60 frames per second, your shutter should be 180 degrees to. That means it should be only 1/125. Maybe a little complicated, but try to understand that it should be the double the frames. If you're using 120 frames, then your shutter should be 240. If it is more, what happens is you might get little jumpier in the video. The video will not be looking smooth. The slow motion will not look smooth. In that phase, what we do is we block the light. You see here, we block the light. Okay? So what happens is there are stops in it here. There is 2 to 5 stops. There is sometimes like 6 to 9 stops. You get like different stops. The intention is you would see this variable ND is basically you would see light coming through and passing through. Got it? Light coming and passing through. So what we do is we get the maximum, and then what we do is right now we are getting like completely dark. Now we add a filter. Thing is, without disturbing the shutter, if I set off 1/800, sometimes even in daytime, you want to get like a slow shutter. You want to just get a slow shutter. How do you do that? So you can't, in daylight, like you cannot increase your shutter speed and just get a slow shutter. That's why you put ND filters. You increase the aperture so much. Like in this case, if I'm putting like f60, and if I'm putting like even 5 seconds, if I'm just capturing, I don't have space, but I think, but what it is doing is, it will basically record for that 4 seconds, that 0.04, and then I will get it. Okay? So that's the overall plan. That's why we use ND filters. Okay? And don't get any kind of bad ND filters, because ND filters is nothing but like it is going to be a glass which will be there on your lenses, will put on your lenses. So if you put cheap ND filters, what happens is you will lose the quality of the image. So always invest, either invest or don't invest. But if you're investing, invest in the right ones. So let me also show you a little more on what inventory I use. So this is for live. Shrikant really uses it on Shrikant. So this is for live. So what we do is we connect from camera to HDMI to this one, and we connect this to internet connection. We create a link in YouTube, and then we actually stream it according to this. Yeah. So this is called YOLO Box. This is called YOLO Box, and this is called YOLO Box Pro. So the reason why we do with this is it's much more stronger. Like, the signals are stronger. You will have a very nice way to record from the camera. It's a very clean way of doing it. Okay. So live streaming, always try to use devices like this, the YOLO Box. You want to take a picture, you can.
And this is on the brand coming with the battery, right?
Yes, this comes with battery. It comes with battery.
Other ones doesn't come with the battery.
I don't know, but yeah.
The battery.
Like there is something called Mevo, but Mevo, what happens is you put it on a device, the lens quality and everything is not that great. So that okay. This is ND filter for my DJI action camera. So action camera, when we use it in Bharat or anything, when we use it like probably put it on a card, it gives a very different look. So time lapses or anything, I want to use it. And so this is the off-camera flash trigger. So this is the trigger for off-camera flash. So what we do is we connect the trigger to the flashes, and like if I want somebody to hold a backlight, I'll probably just trigger it here, and this connects to multiple flashes. So you can connect multiple flashes, and I can play with lights. That's a crazy game people play. That's something, and yeah. So okay, I have continuous battery from DTAC. So this is basically DTAC. This is a V-mount battery. This is a V-mount battery. What we do is this V-mount battery, we just connect this phone completely to DTAC here, and then we plug it as a dummy battery in the camera. So this records forever, which is good. So instead of changing batteries continuously, just buy a mount which can be a quarter-inch thread. You can purchase it, and then you can just place it. So that's a V-mount battery, and these are small lights which I like to play, usually for fill. So lights that I always like to play in dance floors and everything. Again, so lighting when you actually use, so try not putting closer. Don't put like this way. This part is going to look shadow. Try don't put this way. This bone is going to give much more shadows. So lighting always, probably this is the proper. Whenever this will be a golden rule. Whenever you light somebody, whenever you want to light up somebody, this will be the ideal way. Okay? You always should light up this way. Don't light this way because it's looking more flat. This way, what is happening? It's creating a depth here. Okay? Cinematic depth, which will create right here or triangle here. Okay? So that's thing, and these are our intercoms. So what we do is we connect a bunch of intercoms and we communicate over the signal. So invest in this, but not mandatory. So intercoms, different filter threads, different filters like CPL. CPL is basically what it does is it removes the reflection. So there are different filters that I use mist filter, I use different filters, but not everything mandatory. So this is the off-camera flash, as I said. So this is something called 8200. What we do is we connect with that trigger. We put it on top of the camera. So, and what happens is why is it different from the other flashes? The intensity of this one is very high. The intensity of this one is probably, if I put 1/2. So image when you capture, doesn't matter how much less lighting is, it's going to capture a very good image. I think that the intensity is very stronger. I bought it. I have not been using it for like the last 6 months. So because I use a lot of natural light. Yeah. So battery is plain
used for audio. They're recording this.
Yeah. So audio, I have this boom. I just put it on the camera. This records a little more quality audio, and as a backup, I always have like secondary audio device. So this one, audio secondary, just like the camera. But also the secondary thing, one more thing that I always like to do is, I have this audio device. What I do is, I record directly from the box. The reason why we do that is, in audio, you might get like so many random sounds, very disturbances or anything. What happens is, when you record from the box directly from the event with this thread, you get this, and you record the most highest quality of audio. Okay. with that highest of quality of audio, you can have it on full length video or anything, any speeches or anything, it will record highest quality of audio. So Tascam, Pro Capture, Porta Capture, but if you have different kinds of it, Zoom, like there's so many different things. But all these things you will be investing as you gradually go, audio and the visual related content. Okay, so now let's get into the cycle of post processing. Okay.
Do you also do the histogram thing?
Okay, so the base plate, this plate is called spider plate. So previously I used to use a double strap belt. Double strap belt was hurting my shoulders, so that's why I'm using a waist belt. Now what I do is this will directly go here, and I'm just supporting more with my waist. So because I use a multi-camera setup, when you use a double strap, when you run, this is going crazy. So I put a strap, I'm just putting it as a plate. Now I will just lock it, so even if I run, the camera won't fall. So that's why I use this one. Okay, so
What's it called?
Good question.
The name?
spider plate.
So do you use histogram chart on the this one?
So the reason why I don't use any graphs or anything for measuring, see the hardest problem is you understanding whether the intensity of light is good or not. In camera, when you look at it, sometimes you might feel like, oh, the image is good, the image is not good. But when you put it in the big screen, you might feel like, okay, the image you thought is not working the way you. The problem is, when you start looking into the histogram and all of the micro details, you wouldn't have much time. I don't have that much time in the shoot. So what I like to do is, I understood, you have to understand your camera, how much exposure is coming here and how much is going to translate there. That understanding, if you shoot 1,000, 2,000 photos and if you continuously, if you keep looking here, right, the image is looking good, but when you put it there, the image is underexposed. Now what I do is, I overexpose sometimes. I expose like 1 stop or 2 stop, little more, and then I say, okay, that's working something there. Then I stick to it. So you get used to the color that's screen and that. The translation you have to get used to it. So that's why I'm scared to use new cameras like Nikon or something, because the colors look fantastic on the screen, but they might not translate the same way as expected. So let's get into the phase of post-processing. I think we are all running a little late too. Hurry, the cap,
Yes.
Okay, are you guys bored? Okay, so now what we do is, well, back to the post-processing. So, might need some help. I will be little sitting towards here. I'll sit here. So probably please try to find a space a little back of me. Okay. Voice in the back, please. Okay, so you use the auto ISO, sometimes yes, no. Yeah. Auto ISO you should, sometimes you can use, but not that much. I like to go everything manual, but I mean, there's so many amazing photographers, they still use auto ISO. Because everything now is edited by after shoot. So many people, so they want to just minimize the effort of auto. I think I could show curator accessible.
Can you all accessible?
10 minutes. I will just taking you to
Screen కనిపిస్తుంది. నీకు
పెట్టి దాన్ని జూమ్ చేయండి.
కింద నుంచి
So, I have this one.
కింద నుంచి లైట్ దాంట్లో ఇప్పుడు బ్యూటిఫుల్
They have battery with the USB-C copies.
ఆన్ చేస్తాం.
Okay, so
ఇక్కడ పెట్టి
ఎందుకు అది తీసేస్తే ఇక్కడ బ్యాటరీ ఇస్తావా?
తీసానా?
అది తీస్తే మౌంట్ తీస్తే. So it is.
కొంచెం
Can you all see? Okay.
Yeah.
So
ఇది లైట్
fantastic.
నీకు
Okay, awesome. So we'll start with this one, guys. Let's say I have done a wedding, I have done an event. Now I came here, I've put my one data here, 2026, and then this is my project. For suppose this is the copy project. The way I split is the folders is this way. I don't know if you can see or not, but in picks I divide like day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. Yeah. Please try to come forward if you can, but I think once I edit, you will see a little more here.
Can
So
you increase the size?
Chair chart. Yeah. So we see this. This is basically the kind of pictures. I'm just going to take ARW. So I'm just so I'm taking like a bunch of images, probably very test folder look at that. Okay, so I'm copying a bunch of images here and putting like there is a test folder here. Okay, so pics in this case. Actually, I'll do this thing next for you guys to make it easy, a bit faster. So let me open up the catalog. Then already in the catalog is I've already edited them, also delivered their work. Okay, so this is the way. Here I'm seeing all different types of pictures. Day 1, day 2, day 3. Okay. Under day 1, I have folders, subfolders like page 1, page 2. Under page 1, basically I have different pictures. Okay, so all these pictures are present. So now what I do is I like to take some of these images which are here. So there is an app called Aftershoot. The Aftershoot name is I'm just going to upload all of the images. If folder me, I will upload it. Whatever the images that I've shot, for that 3 days, I will be uploading that folder. So what it does is, something happens over here. It's a local base only, but I think it operates with. Sorry guys. Yeah, I think so. So this is the app that I use. Okay. So now what happens is, like for suppose right here. Okay. So first I import all of this portraits here. Now I import all of them. So secondary I cull, I edit, I retouch. So here for an example, if I'm creating an album, so I have two ways. One is raw, I can upload raw folder. So here in the scale, I'm just picking some, okay, so random here. I did a family shoot like for a couple. So I'm importing the folder. So I'm just selecting the weddings and engagements. So now what it does, it loads all the pictures. Okay? It loads all the pictures, it understands all the pictures. Now what I do is, I will do one-click edit. Okay? I'm just picking only, I want only few shots to be picked up. What it does is, it categorizes the images how it wants to be adjusted. So
is it culling or editing at this point? Both.
we're doing color now.
Okay.
So now next step, what it does is, it will go to, it will ask me to do a cropping. I will set loose cropping. Aggressive is more precisely a very sharp cropping, but I'll do loose. AM masking, AH striking and everything. Next step, I'm just going to start color. Okay. So what it is doing is, it is going to give me all the colored images, it picked images and also the edited images. So it is processing around 1,524 photos. So the reason why you should do almost everything is, sometimes if you don't like one image, and if you want to go to another image, you have flexibility to basically swap images from one to another. So all you just have to do is unstar this one and start that one. So or unpick this one and pick that one. So that's it. You're almost there, you're almost sorted, and on top of it you do refinements. So that is the process I generally follow. But initially before to that, I will also kind of run you through a little different way. This is narrative AI. So narrative AI, what it does is, it categorizes your images. Let's say if you have done 100 images, if you've shot like 10 poses only, it categorizes each pose into a different one. So it categorizes that. So even if I pick a folder of images, what it does is, it will go. So if I'm picking this folder right, day one, if I do color and pre-edit, so I'm just going to do a color and pre-edit. What it's going to do
Is
is,
this like an alternative or is it like continuation?
no, this is an alternative one.
Okay.
So meanwhile, this is just working.
Yeah.
This is happening in the parallel. That's color. Now what it does is, this is a scene one. It divides by scene. So it's by scene, and then on top of it, each scene, right, it picks the best image. So I think this has picked the best image, probably, but I might like it or I might not like it. Okay? So that's the scene. Again, so it picks the best image out of it. This is just a test example for like these 6 photos, but whatsoever. So once after that, once it is edited, it also edits. How it is editing is basically it understands my kind of preset. I've built a preset by myself, like which is almost like closer to my style. I've given that preset. Preset is nothing but a style of a color that what it likes. I'll show you the preset for people who don't know that. But I've just given that AI and it processes it and edits it all of them. Then next I will take that I export that to a Lightroom profile here. So this is a classic profile that I'm getting, sorry, the catalog. And on top of it here, what I have to do is, I would have to start working on the editing images. Okay. So this is a completely raw image. Okay. First suppose, this is coming as edited almost like this way. Okay. This is almost coming as this way, but I have to edit this one. Or like, let me show with one couple picture. I think that will give you a little more understanding of how the format I will be able to edit.
This image is from after shoot.
Yes. So, yeah, what it is here. So all of these images right here, these are nothing but, these are the images that we currently have to be picked and edited. So like after shoot has successfully picked some images, but I might like it or I might not like it. So let's pick some images and get started and working with it. So the way how I do is, firstly, let's say this is the image, full length. Okay, so this is the image. You see why one of my fellow photographers shot it. The biggest mistake of this image, you see the white space, I told you, that is a no for me. I don't like that kind of a style. So over here, I don't like the white space of the image. So that's why I didn't even pick that image. Probably it has been edited. But now, here, it has picked that one, but again, the angle is not good. The reason why I had to crop this one is, I had to remove his slippers, so I don't like it, I had to crop it. So, okay. So this is probably the way how I would get started. Let's say if I like an image, first I always start with cropping an image. I always like to first crop. Crop is basically where I like to get the image started. So I will crop it into different dimensions to understand where I like to crop, how I like to crop and everything. So now this is an area that I personally am liking to crop. So there are some much more amazing pictures I'll show you guys, but from the shoot. So here I'm just going to apply. I will be applying my preset. So this is my preset I've built it. So this is the default preset. But on top of it, I have to again customize mine because this understands the colors that I personally like, the golds and everything that I personally like. So what I like to do is now in this image, the problem is the image is very overly exposed. So first I will fix with the exposure. So I'm going to undo my exposure. So what is happening when I do undo exposure? This part is getting little blacks. So I'm also just going to do negative on the blacks. I'm just going to increase the little shadows. So you can do two things. You can increase the shadows or you can also increase the blacks. Okay, so blacks, when you increase it, when you decrease it, it all reduces, all the blacks in the image will be completely black. And if you increase it, all the blacks will be given a little bit of a light. So I'm just going to increase the blacks a little bit. I'm just going to increase also the shadows a little bit. So this is my style. But again, like you see subject face is a little more highlighted. I'm just going to reduce the highlights. Highlights, what it does is, it basically whatever the blown area is there, right, it is going to reduce that blow. Okay, you see here? Let's just reduce that. Now I will just contrast. So punch. So punch depends on the person interest. If somebody likes to punch so much, they would like they would do it aggressively. But I don't like personally a lot of contrast punches. I like to give a little very soft glow. So I like to play with only exposure a lot of times. But here, in this situation, this part is basically dark and this part is little more clear. So I will apply a brush only to this layer, only to face. Okay, so highlight is reduced. Also, the primary important part is playing with white balance. So now I have, if the white balance is like this way, it would be my job to kind of get the right white balance. Either I can pick it on the white color or else I can pick it on the, okay, you can just pick it on white color. I'm getting a white balance, but I'm still not satisfied. I'm going to reduce a little on the white balance to the area where I'm satisfied. You see the white balance, whenever you change, the skin also really changes. So if I'm going more this way, there's more blue light coming in. If I'm going this way, there's perfectly the lightest which is considered. And on top of it, I like to do tint. Tint is basically the correction where you can do on magenta and cyan. So tint, because you are in a green space, there is a lot of this green coming out your skin. We like to basically fill that with a little bit of cyan. So this will add a little bit of glow to it. If you add more over, it's going to look great. So take it slow. So bunch of times, if you think that you're editing and you can't really understand what is happening, you couldn't able to predict. What you do is, this is a trick I follow. You take it to extreme left, okay? Then you take it to extreme right. Then I try to kind of pick it in between. You'll probably see a difference in the color. Because now you're not playing around, you're going completely left, you're going completely right. Now you're basically refreshing your mind on what you want to basically take it as. So this is my kind of a basic work. And then what I do is, this is my HSL. I'm sorry guys, I have to kind of change the layout. This is not mine. Okay. So this is the hue, saturation, and luminance. Luminance is basically adding more color to something that you really have, or more lighting. So let's say this is the brightness. I want more brightness on this. So this is adding more brightness. It's becoming more pale. Okay. So now, if I want to add more red glow, I would have to probably give a little more red. But again, our skin consists of orange, yellow, red. I think a little bit of let's see, red, green, yellow, and a little bit of aqua. So you have to kind of deal with it accordingly. So understand which area is impacted. If I'm putting all red, our skin consists of a little bit of red. You see that all red is blown up. So according to it, use a little bit of color knowledge, and then accordingly just adjust it. So reds, if I want to increase, you can individually increase or decrease the colors. So this is my usually step. But on top of it, but what I'm doing here is, I'm getting a lot of whites here. I'm still not liking that whites here, because this white is more bluish white. So I'm just selecting all of the white, or you can basically select the whole whites, but I like to do this way, and I will just increase the exposure. Sorry, white balance. Now this white is becoming a little more warm light. That gives a little more warmer look to the image. And if I want this person's skin to be glowing up here, usually I don't like anything this part of the shot, but I'm just showing you as an example. I might not have even given this image to the couple. So you use radial gradient. Again, when you increase the exposure, it's not a matter of increasing the exposure. It is also, thing is, you have to adjust the right white balances accordingly in order to get the right skin tones. Okay, so this is the basic work which I do. I like to do this one, and then probably, if I want more focus on only on her. Again, I just want to keep everything around her, like not so intact. I would basically do invert, and then I would just underexpose everything around her. So now what happens? The focus is directly falling only on her. Okay, might be a little over makeup, but I think this is little perfect. Whites can be reduced, and this is little perfect. So if you think the image is not going well, the colors are so irritated and everything, I always go with black and white. So black and white have an existing preset, I've just built it. I just go with black and white. But black and white also, little under contrast. So the problem with this thing is, it's not the image. The kind of tone that it picked from, you see the complexity of image. This whole part you see here, this came from subject dress. Understood? The light was very minimal here, but it came all from subject dress. That's why this part is good. This part is good. But this part is little not great. So I would basically also just select this area, and then just a little underexpose. So I'm trying to match the upper and lower now. Okay, but it's still not matched. You still have to do some brushing, then probably the stroke, and then reduce it a little. Okay, or you can select it, or you can change the white balance. So this is one way that I do. Not so great, but again. So on other thing, please.
So how do you stay consistent? The kind of edits.
Reference images. So now let's say if you're editing this image, right? I'll show you. If you're editing this image, so this is the image
Is
that
this an edited image or the raw image?
So this is raw image.
How is it so vibrant?
This this is a raw image. So I'm just adding my preset. So, or let's do something without preset, okay? So let's say if I'm just increasing the exposure, increasing the contrast, and then I'm just adjusting firstly I will do white balance type, so nothing changed. I'm still seeing some greens here, you see a little bit of greens here, so I'm just going to increase the little bit of CM here, and then also trying to increase the white balance, okay? I'm just checking here how it works for me. So this is something, and I will increase a little bit on the shadows, and I will try to increase a little bit on the whites and try to increase the contrast punch. And then I will try to do this. The cropping is very important. So you can crop multiple ways. You can either crop this way, you can crop this, and you can crop to the eye. But my preference is always keeping the upper part, this block, to always the subject if it's a portrait. So or else I just like to do this line usually for the couple or the subject. So a little more this way, and so the primary reason to make any subject pop is the radial gradients. So you can select the radial gradient and you can surround everything around that with little more down. So what you're doing is you are making subject highlight more than anything. So making the subject pop. So a little bit on contrast. I'm just selecting the subject here, just keeping it a little white, and also playing with the tint. So again, all these corrections that you have to do is very, very, very complicated. But on the basic end, people also do. There is some curves. So there is curve that people also do. So you put all of them in S curve, you get a nice color. So that is a way that people also do. But it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work with minor corrections. So this is the way. Again, over here, you have to drop your saturation levels, something you have to make it work, but without doing any adjustments, to directly just touch that S curve, it is going to work. But in either way, if you just, for me to avoid all of this, if you just select your preset accordingly, if you make a preset, then in my preset probably the color is not great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a lot of the color temperature. I'm not only add the color temperature, I'm also adding this tint. So I'm just doing some minute adjustment. The image is a little more contrast. I don't like to see a lot of blacks here. So I like to little bit reduce the contrast and probably pop some colors here. That kind of gives me. Sometimes the subject might be a great color, but the background might not be great. So what you can do is you can select a little bit on the background to make it a little warmer or lighter. So you get the right skin tone. So you have to understand whether the skin tone is right or not, because I've personally seen that girl. She's a little more fair than actually. So this is one way, and so yeah, over here too. Whenever we deal with the couple, our makeup was a little whitewashed, it's a makeup problem. So, but however, so this was an original image. This was an original, and then this is end. Okay. So difference is popping out the colors in the right way, doing muted. But here on top of it, what I like to always do is I like to edit in. There's two ways of edit I generally like to do. If I'm taking it to advanced level, the one which I've shown is a very basic one, which I give it. Which Aftershoot does it for me, which I just have to do some micro adjustments. But if I'm getting the kind of a proper skin tones or anything, is through Photoshop. I use Photoshop very heavily. So understanding your color is very important. The skin tone and texture is okay. But what really elevates and beautifies the picture is always the lights around it, the kind of fill lights or the kind of colors around it. So then you would usually find some kind of there's something called master pack. I'll show you guys. But this is this is the pack that you usually get. So what we are doing is we are getting some kind of a glow, which basically pops from the sky. You see how much look this will create? There will be a tremendous amount of light look which will be basically created, this haze and everything, which will add a lot of beauty to it. So you can also create with some gradients here. This is called a gradient filter. You can also create with it, but not only just doing that with it. See, why do some photos look really great? Why do some photos really pop out fantastic is they pop the image out. You have to know where to pop the image. You have to know where you have to take the color to. Let's say in this image, probably in this image or so, we'll take this. In this image, you exactly put your eyes right around the subject, the red color and everything, because I put everything in the around a little lighter. I made the couple glow a little more. Even here, this is the same couple that we were talking about. I made the color and light in a way that even the background light and the skin light is almost same. So even here, right, everything around her is a little darker. The couple only is little more highlight. The reason how we do it is you have to use dodge and burning. So dodge and burning is a technique that we use. So what we do is we burn everything around. You see what I'm doing is I'm burning everything around the couple. So automatically you're getting a little more glow on the face. In a similar way, if I just enter this way a little bit. So I'm making the subject
Do
little
you
more.
use any plugin for the dodge and burning or just inbuilt?
This I do it manually, but I don't do it for everything. I do it, but you also have a retouch for me plugin. So this is a plugin that I use. I mean, this is not, Aftershoot is doing it anyway, so don't buy it. But this one was basically doing all the skin work. Previously, like a couple of years back, we had to literally. So let me show you guys. Okay, so here, right? The plugin basically what it does is you see the burn. This is basically the burn. It creates a separation, segregation. The more blend you actually get, you see, this is the blend. But it creates a very unnatural look. Because what it does is, there are some shadows right on the skin. So it fills that particular shadows. So you can also, I will apply it for now. Yes. And there is another plugin called Heal. Actually, you can buy this Heal. Heal is very good. It removes all the blemishes, but Aftershoot is still doing that, so that's not a problem. So Heal, what it does is, you see all the Heal, it is taking off. You see all the small dots basically taking off. And if you open subject, this is all taking off all the details here. Okay. So this is something good. I will be using this one. But ultimately the goal is to kind of burn the areas which are not needed, but also burn them wisely. Don't burn like skin you should not burn. But here, right, the problem is here, the same problem. The dress was basically previously warm. I'm not getting that one. So should I have to do for every image? No. Like the good images, try doing this minute corrections. The whites, reds, oranges, these colors you have to really play with them very smartly. So you individualize the colors accordingly and you warm it up. So you see the difference, how much it was? It was literally here and then we warm it up. The overall image looks warm now. If somebody, they would also do this way, they would also probably do it like, go individual color, get it down, but don't do that. So burn, see, look at here, she was fair enough right here, and now this guy is basically getting undertone, so I'm just adding some light over it. So it's giving me good look, but also there is some sunscreen which is sitting right here, so just editing that part. It's not yet perfect, but So basically what you do is you have to pick these right ones and just grade it out. That's how you make images little more. And what I do is, I export these images, I save them back to Lightroom, and on top of it, what I do is, I give every color. So if you can see or not, I'm not sure. But this is a collection. I will just add it to here, and on collection, I like to kind of categorize everything again. I like to modify accordingly. So then this is the final look of it. Like, I'll show you guys.
Any particular export settings?
No, I think just default, So this is the final colors. Again, all the decor, once you do it, probably you copy and paste for everything. But it's not a very high-end detailed flow of edit. I wish I had time to show you guys, but it's a forever process. But my only intention, what you can do is play individually with colors. Like, don't try to get a preset and just apply on it and don't do it. You see the level of brushing that I've done. You see the level of anything is to do with brushes. You don't have to even go to Lightroom. Sorry, do everything in Lightroom. Try playing with that brushes. The slight difference of color tones, the skin tones, and everything is really changing the game. The compositions and everything is okay, so that is the game. But the skin tones is where you have to get it right. The skin tones, the warmness, the tint, that is basically changing the. These three things, if you touch it to the right space, you will get a very good image. So, for an example, so this is show us your page, right?
Yeah.
So the one problem with this image is, it is good, but you see the level of the color is fantastic. I'm not saying anything to be precise, but what you should have done really in this image is should have just crop it to only straight, because this additional space is not adding any value to you. Maybe this is the image that you wanted to post it, it's totally fine. But my intention is, and also you see the whiteness, white space. Try avoiding that. When you look down, this white space, try avoiding that. Okay, this is good. But again, you look at the white space here, majority of the white space. You ask them, these two are good. Like, the top is good. And one more thing here, because you used a lot of flash, you use this direction. You see this part is blown up so much. Intensity of flash can be reduced, or else select this particular part on top of it and reduce the highlights. Okay. So over here, the light angle is coming this way. Our face is glowing up a little bit, but his face, you should have little glowed up a little bit, but it's okay. Good. And also the kind of a cropping is. So crop, basically you can do it in multiple formats. So a little, you don't have to be the way you actually shot. You can cut the similar image, even this image, right? You can probably crop only to till particular frame here. You can just make a one cinematic grade. So yeah, I think any questions here? I wish I could have shown you one picture of how I crop images. Yeah, so this is the original image, which is basically tilted little this way. But I kind of crop it. I use black and whites also a little bit to get that look. So this is the original image. I like to do a little bit of black and white. So just to get that additional finesse. I use a lot of AI sometimes to get that additional, not only depth, but also like to get that. If you see here, what is happening is this image, I was doing this natural light direction, but this is good, but image is what is happening is that background, whatever I had, this was not giving the beauty completely. I had to patch it with AI, but again, what I've done is, I've just also done a black and white. So now that color will not segregate, right? It's showing more in the couple. So same image, you can do also with little black and white and colors in order to get it.
What lens was it shot?
I think everything is on 2870. nothing is nothing is shot in a different way. Everything is shot in 28-70, sometimes 50 mm also. But idea is to, I'll see I can share more information on cropping. I think I have created one. I'll get back to that also.